Alright, welcome everyone. My name is Dyne Nuitari, and I will be running FF6 any% glitchless. So there's plenty of time to talk, so I'm just going to jump right into the action. The first thing we're going to do is set the battle speed to 6, message speed to 1. I like putting on window on short. For my muscle memory, it's proven to be quite a bit better. So the battle speed in this game is basically a hidden difficulty meter. So battle speed only affects enemy ATB, and it doesn't affect your ATB. So by putting it on battle speed 6, the enemies gain the ATB the slowest. Leaving it on wait means anytime we have a sub-menu open, the ATB in battle is universally paused. This is quite a useful trick that we'll be using throughout the entire run. So here, what we're doing in the beginning is we're trying to get Vix and Wedge to run away. Because we want to give all that juicy experience to Question Mark Girl. So we end up using Bioblast just because it has a very long animation. So characters can only run away in this game when their ATB bars are full. So because Question Mark Girl is doing the last action, she has a 0% chance to run away. So these Volmammoth we have to kill much like the Lobo in that second fight. Just because they have the no run flag active. So even though a Bioblast will kill all 4 of these enemies, the no run flag will stop Vix and Wedge from running away. Thankfully they're pretty weak enemies, so they just die to a single Fire Blast. Having these two run away from these 3 fights get Question Mark Girl from level 1 to level 5. And in this game, your level plays into the damage formula because you don't gain stats by leveling up. So this will make the next fight actually quite a bit easier. So Welk is the first enemy, or the first quote-unquote boss that we're gonna fight in the mines. So one of the beautiful things is the head starts with a random amount of ATB, where the shell starts with 0 ATB. Through the power of math by a lot smarter people than myself, we can do a trick called ATB counter-canceling. So what that means is we're going to replace his normal attack with a counter-attack. So since the shell has a 100% counter-attack chance, this strat will always work. Little unlucky there with the ATB. So because the shell is getting close to full ATB, we're going to hit it with a fire beam and trigger that counterattack. The command for the head to go inside the shell is issued by the shell. So we're just queuing up fire beams because we did have 2 very low tech missile damage. And that's the first boss down. Now I'd really like for Question Mark Girl to get a full ATB bar so I can select magic. Nice. Selecting magic isn't needed, it just makes the next area coming up quite a bit easier. So, for a little bit of a lore update, we got sent here by the Gauchelian Empire into the town of Narsh to look for an Esper. An Esper is basically a magic-infused being. It's like Pokemon, they're trying to capture them just to take over the world. So we end up beating the scary snail. And Vix and Wedge are greatly promoted to death. And this is why we didn't want them to get any experience. They're just gonna, it just ends up being wasted experience. So this run does use a step route, and it does use some forms of RNG manipulation, but the whole run itself is not RNG manipulated. So, because it's on a step route, I'm going to know where every encounter is and what it will be, which makes the whole route very consistent. You can't manipulate things like back attacks, preempts, and things like that. So you're still up to like the random amounts of encounter RNG. So here we learn question mark girl's real name is Tara. We shorten it to T because this game prints two characters every frame. So by reducing her name by four characters, we save 2 frames every time her name's printed. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but through the whole cast and the whole run, it does equate to minutes saved. So here the Empire is really angry that they lost their magic slave. So Arvis is like, hey, get out the back door. So here we're stuck going through this cave. There'll be 4 encounters. And this will get Tara to level 6. This game has a averaging party system. So Locke joins at average party level +2. So getting Tara to level 6 will get Locke to level 8, which will give Edgar level 9. It's just a very, very efficient way to give a couple of extra free levels to the characters. T is also an FF7. In a little bit of a better form. So here, it's debatable what you want to do. Some people grab this treasure chest, some people don't. It doesn't cost you any steps because you have to burn steps before falling down the pit anyways. I like grabbing it. It's basically an elixir when you stand on a save point. So in a glitchless run, there's really no reason to skip it. In the glitched runs, I'll skip it 100% of the time to save that 1.5 seconds. Very kind walk. So we'll know Tara gets level 6 because she's going to learn Antidote. Basically Antidote. And then we're just going to end up getting cornered. And thankfully, we have an escape plan. We're just going to fall down. So here we're going to have a little bit of a flashback when Tara got stuck with the slave crown. So the slave crown, just like the name suggests, turns her into a slave. I kind of don't know why they waited so long in life to give it to her, but it's plot reasons. I'm not going to argue. So Tara has the reputation of killing 50 soldiers in under 3 minutes. So Kefka, being the diabolical villain he is, decided to test out Tara's abilities on his own soldiers. So we got good luck. You can pick randomly from one of the 3 encounters, or 3 enemies here. It saves frames. But it's still something to be proud of early on when you can't control it. So here we get to the overarching with General Celis, General Leo, Kefka, and Emperor Gashul, better known as Emperor Puppy Dog. Kind of looks like a beagle with the very long ears. So here we get introduced to our second character, Locke, or as many people refer to him as the most disappointing character in the whole game. We don't rely on his steals, but if he can get certain steals, it makes the money route quite a bit easier. And since stealing is done by your level, lock steal chance will never be above like 35% without the sneak ring. Which makes it very, very inconsistent when he wants to steal. Even though we're going to be doubling it to a 70% chance, sometimes he just fails at being a treasure hunter. So here, Arvis is a member of the Returners. The Returners are an organization that are going against the Empire. So they decided to help out Terra, because she's a special girl and the Empire wants her. So here we get the first instance of a multi-party battle. We get Locke and 11 Moogles. Just for a fun fact, these Moogles actually correspond with every character's data. So if you end up skipping Celis, like you do in a sketch run, Celis will be replaced with Kutan. Thankfully for us, Mog is in his appropriate character slot. The game tried to stop you from unequipping him by blurring out the unequip menu. But we can unequip him in battle, and his Mithril Pike is very, very strong for this early in the game. I think it's about 58 attacks stronger than the Mithril Blade. So these wolves, what we're looking for is them to be in their walking animation. When they have their arms swinging, their collision boxes are no longer intact. So we can just freely walk by them. There will be the only glitch, there will be some glitches used, like magic evasion, running from Ifrit, and really that's about it. But like glitches, it's not really like we're going out of our way for the like sketch glitch, or anything like that, or tent warping, coordinate storage. So we got the pike and the shield off. The shield sells for 600 GP. It's really nice for the money route if you can get it. It's not needed, but glitches in my glitches run. This category really should be just called no major glitches, in my opinion. Because like there are some things in this run, like there's some things in the run you just can't get away from, like ATB counter canceling. As Log saying in chat, the rule set is directly stolen from the Japanese rule set. So whatever the Japanese allowed, we allow, and it's done pretty good for us so far. So Locke ends up bringing Terra to the Switch, and he's like, "Hey, you should join us." And she's like, "I don't know." He's like, "All right, I don't want to push you. Let's just see what happens." So he's like, "I know someone down south. He's got a great castle, perfect view." So we're gonna go down to the Castle of Figaro. About overworld movement with the step route. Pretty much all the step route in like caves or anywhere that's not the overworld is pretty straightforward. It's pretty much just optimal pathing. In the overworld, there is something called no encounter tiles. What that means is you can step on them and it doesn't generate threat. So the way this game does glitches, or not glitches, the way this game triggers encounters says, all right, you need to be at 2600 before this next encounter. Steps usually do anywhere between 128 to 192. When you hit that number, you get an encounter. So every time you hit a no encounter tile, you're just pushing the encounter back a couple of steps. I am playing on a SNES Model 2, also known as the SNES Mini or SNES Junior. going into a SCART to DVI, going into a data path card. So you can name Edgar E. It's kind of becoming a joke with the newer runners at FF6 to name Edgar Ed. So we take that little bit of a hit, but it ended up just being kind of a meme that that persisted through everything. Ed's brought me very, very good luck in my PB attempts. So we talked to Ed, and he's like, "All right, go check out my castle. The only thing we have to do to progress story is just name Sabin." So we're gonna go name Sabin, and then basically go back, talk to Ed, and then just progress the story. Funny enough, if you skip naming Sabin here, and use something like the airship glitch, for instance, and you go fight Vargas, our naming Sabin here initializes his character data. Fighting Vargas is what flags the game to unlock Blitz. So if you skip Sabin and you fight Vargas, you have a Moogle that can use blitzes. Nitrodon has a video on his Twitch from years ago where he ended up having a party of Moogles fight the Doom Train. And if you think suplexing the train with Sabin is amazing, suplexing the train with a Moogle is even better. So I took 2 extra steps before naming Sabin. This is to try to manipulate the non-playable character value, or the NPC value, to hopefully not have them be giant bouncers when we're trying to buy accessories in South Figaro. It also prevents the Chancellor from getting in our way. It saves frames, but... So here we get our first instance of Kefka. Everyone's lovable villain. So I don't know why the Empire sends such a very, very high up respected person into the middle of nowhere, but... So there is a weird glitch you can do, I didn't get it, where the 2 soldiers will end up looking at each other. So you have to talk to the 2 soldiers before you talk to Kefka. And Edgar's like, "I don't know what you mean. There's more girls here than grains of sand." And Kefka instantly smells that he's lying. So he's kind of like, "I need a backup plan." So here we're just going to follow Locke to the room. But we're going to take the initiative and he's going to follow us. Because we don't have the time to wait for his animations. But then somehow he gets in front of us. If we could learn teleportation, this run would be amazing. So talking about the NPC value, every time a NPC picks a different direction to walk, it increments that value by 1. The NPC value dictates a lot of things in this game. How the fireballs move in the burning house, auction house, what items it'll give you is dependent on the NPC value. How many fights you get on the river is also dictated by the NPC value. So thankfully for a lot of them, there is quite a few visual cues where we can take a use of. None of them really this early. The first time it comes in handy is the Returner's Hideout. So Ed wakes up and he smells a barbecue. That is true, Log. So I always think the guy on the right's panicking because they ran out of marshmallows. I don't know how they got stone to burn. But I'm not going to question it. They have nuclear-powered robots. So here, this is all just part of the escape plan, hence the cheesy inspirational music. So this is where we learned the magical castle is actually a submarine. So as they're going to escape, we're going to run away just to fight another day. And coming up, we're going to learn that Edgar's tools are very powerful, especially early game. The auto crossbow doesn't suffer from split damage. So what split damage is if you target more than one enemy, you get 50% damage. So Edgar's auto crossbow, whether there's one enemy or 6 enemies on the screen, all of them will get 100% damage. The only issue is Ed is very, very slow. So here we're just doing a little bit of ATB waiting, because we don't want these guys to get a second attack off. Lock stealing is just for the chance at a curative item, either a potion or a tonic. It's not really needed, but something to just make the run a little bit easier. Son of a submariner, they'll pay for this. So if you use Terra's magic anywhere between the Magitech ×2 fight that we just had till the end of the Figaro cave, you'll trigger a 2.5 minute cutscene where Ed and Locke are surprised that she uses magic. Thankfully, in the next cave with the encounters, they can all be killed with the auto crossbow. There's going to be an enemy that we encounter called the Blairleys. They look like gumdrops. Ed's lowest damage roll with the auto crossbow was 118, and they have 119 hit points. So we'll be queuing up auto crossbow and then physicals. I used to just queue up defense and hope for the best, but then there is that odd chance you're in a weird staring contest as you're waiting for ATB to refill. So here, since Ed lost his castle, we're just making our way to the Returner's hideout. Edgar supports the Empire on the face value, but supports the Returners behind the scene. So here Ed found out that, or Kefka found out that Ed really doesn't support the Empire. He's kind of just a big mole. There is a small piece of tech where if you end a battle with no menus open, you save 13 frames. It doesn't sound like a lot, but this game in general does have a lot of encounters. So saving 13 frames, it does equate to a couple of seconds, probably 10 or 12 over the course of the run. It's not needed, but it's basically just free time save. You don't, however, want to close menus when you're throwing a smoke bomb, because then you're just creating lag instead of trying to stop lag. They're supposed to find out during like one of the fights. The developer's probably planned for you to use magic as soon as possible, not kind of just like hold off. Once you get through the cave, the cutscene won't trigger anymore. So we're safe to use magic now for the rest of the game. So we buy 3 pairs of running shoe or sprint shoes. These double our walking speed. You can get away with 2, but it does involve a lot of extra menuing in the game, where just buying 3 makes everything very, very nice and easy. So here our main goal in Mount Colts is to get Ed to level 10, Locke to level 9, and Terra to level 8. This will make sure that Sabin joins at level 11. For the most part, we can run away from a lot of these encounters. So we're only going to be really fighting the big 4-packs. After we get this Atlas Armlet coming up, if we get good ATB with the Brawlers, we'll fight them, but it's very, very unlikely. Ed has very, very low speed, and the Brawlers have very high speed. So more often or not, they're going to get an attack off before Edgar does. So the Atlas Armlet will boost all physical damage by 25%, and thankfully that also equates to the auto crossbow or any of his tools. So we just put Terra in the back row. She has the lowest hit points of the bunch, and magic isn't, you don't lose damage from magic from front row versus back row. So I would like Locke to run away from one of these big encounters. For some reason, he really doesn't like to run away from the first ones. So there I'm just using the free battle time to give everyone better weapons. Ed getting the Mithril Pike isn't a big deal, but you will definitely want to give Locke the Mithril Blade for the boss of this area coming up. So with preemptive encounters, they're a little weird. If there's one enemy, you want to queue up a defense command to create lag. If there's 2 enemies, you want to queue up a sub-ability, like I just did with Locke there with the steel. If you don't do this, what happens is the top 2 characters will run away, but Terra will still stick around. So every time you can get a quick preemptive runaway, you save 2 seconds. Because the game checks for run every 2 seconds, so you're just kind of saving that secondary check from happening. So we need Locke to run away from one of the big encounters, just like the one we had. He doesn't need nearly as much experience to go from level 8 to level 9, as Terra does to gain 2 levels, and Edgar does from level 9 to level 10. So here we can take 3 Trillium fights and this 4-pack coming up, and we're basically good on experience. Oh, nice, we got a soft. Alright. You can lose a lot of magic points in this area if you just continually get poisoned from the Trilliums. If you buy 2 sprint shoes back in Figaro, and buy the Star Pendant, if you equip the Star Pendant relic, it'll cleanse you of poison. So it's good if you really want this area to be super, super safe. Or you can just keep using potions and tonics instead of using the cure spell. So I have to take these next 2 encounters no matter what. Unfortunately, Terra did not fare good in this encounter. I want at least 12 magic points coming up for Vargas. 12 to 16. Alright. T and L got their levels. We're good to go. Funny thing to note about the Vargas fight, Vargas has 21,000 hit points. so you're not really meant to kill him. Once you've dealt a certain amount of damage to him, the game flags lock to show up. Or not lock, sorry, Sabin. Alright, I'm happy that didn't hit Terra, because Terra's looking very, very unlikely to survive Gale Cut. So you have to kill the Ipus before you can actually start damaging Vargas. What is this, ATB? So you can watch Terra's ATB. It will not move now because I've had Steel selected. This is what we're talking about with ATB weight tricking. So I wanted to weight trick because we want Sabin to try to avoid getting Doomfist cast upon him. It just saves a couple of seconds. There is a very, very weird glitch that happens with blitzes. If you select the blitz input too quickly, the game will take your down input or your left input as a blitz input instead of a cursory moving input. So what you want to do is just kind of like hover over it for a second and then select it. You don't want to hit left and mash A. Another thing with the blitzes is the game doesn't accept diagonal inputs. So for something like Orbital, you don't want to do the Hadouken quarter turn. You want to do down, down, left, or down, left, left. Bum Rush is the same. You just replace a diagonal with a cardinal. Cardinal is up, down, left, right. So, for everyone that thought you sucked at Aurabolts, Fire Dance, Air Blade, Bum Rush, it's not you, it was the game lying to you. Another interesting note about blitzes, a lot of Sabin's blitzes are actually magic-based. And in this game, magic is very much favored over physicals in the damage formula. So like our physical abilities get capped at a 25% increase, where magic gets capped at a 50% increase. Please don't die. I forgot about this encounter. If Terra died, I'd have to burn one of the Phoenix Downs. Saving here because you have a very, very slight chance of a soft lock. I say slight chance, but Lion Musashi is an FF6 runner in chat, as well as Barnax Jr. And he actually got we call it the Returner soft lock. So while you're following that NPC, you have no control over your character. And if the other Returner's NPC blocks the path of the first Returners, you're technically soft locked because you never regain control of your character until he's at the top of the stairs. It's very, very unlikely, but seeing it happen yesterday is giving me a little bit on edge. So here we meet Bannon, the leader of the Returners, and he just instantly starts bothering Terra to join. Edgar says, hey, cool it, and he's like, I'm tired, let me go to bed. So in this area, we basically just have to talk to our party members to progress the plot. Grabbing the Phoenix down, obviously, because people will die. So we're going to go talk to Bannon once. By saying no to Bannon, what we're doing is we're queuing the game to give us either the Genji Glove or the Gauntlet. So if I can go up and loot all the chests and then go back down and talk to Bannon, I save a whole whopping 7 frames. because we've got the Genji Glove now instead of that NPC walking towards us and giving it to us. This White Cape, in a glitchless setting, it's so hard to route this out. You technically don't need it, but it's 2500 GP, and you get it so early in the game, it's hard to avoid it. So now we just have to keep continuing, say no to Banon 3 times, and this triggers the next leg. So the returner, or the Empire, ends up finding where the returner's base is, and it ends up causing an attack in South Figaro. This is where kind of the branching paths start. Locke gets kicked out of our party, Banon gets put into it. No one is ever happy to have Banon in their party. Banon is so old he can't be revived by a Phoenix down. And he also starts, I think it's average level like -3. So if Banon dies in this next leg, it's an instant game over. So here I'm going to go up and I'm going to equip Edgar with the Genji Glove and the Atlas Armlet for more physical damage. Put Banon in the back row for safety. Then we're going to do a save and reset. And then we're going to reset again on the load screen to advance the encounter seed 16 forward. And this will allow us to manipulate the river. Yes, if you say no to him 3 times, you get the Genji Glove, which is very nice. So there I was waiting for him to take his 3rd step up. Since we do a reset, the NPC value is at a known value. And during that known value, he'll walk in the same path. So if I did this correctly, we should only get 2 encounters on this river. This second encounter I want Ed to take solo. This will get him to level 11, which doesn't really increase the average party level at all, but this helps out Ed in the Opera House quite a bit, and it's a pretty fast encounter. So I'll move Banon to the front row after the second save slot. This is where a lot of people casually, like myself included, did a grind. If you can continually going up over and over again and leaving Banon on the health command, you can basically farm here to the end of days. The only bad thing is you only gain stats from the Esper levels. So even though your level will be quite high, your base stats will be very low. So this is where manipulating the river really comes in handy, because you can get anywhere between 1 to 7 encounters, and only getting 2 is quite useful. So much like with Welk, we're going to be doing some manipulation with Ultros. Ultros takes 10 seconds to get his first attack off. So with careful ATB weight tricking, Ultros' first attack is a tentacle move. He'll say Musclehead hates him, and then he'll hit save him with a tentacle for about 200 damage. By hitting him with a fire attack, we turn that tentacle attack into an ink attack. So, and then now with just proper ATB waiting, we're just gonna gun him down before he gets his second turn. So Edgar's attack is basically the last one. We just did a little bit of inventory management because it's free time. There is someone on Twitch that's trying to get Pix, Wedge, and Terra to level 99 before Welk. To mimic the, what was it, like level 99 Reactor 7 or Reactor 1 from FF7. The raft, it can change fights, it can't change fights. It's, a lot of them are just detours. I don't believe you can get any extra items in this area. It's been quite a long time since I've actually taken any of the extra pass. If someone in chat knows, they're probably the best bet. So we choose Sabin's scenario first. Even though it's the longest of the three, it gives us access to smoke bombs at the very end of it. Smoke bombs are an item that we throw to instantly escape a battle that has the run flag active. So instead of holding LNR and building up the run gauge, we can just throw an item and get out of dodge. So we recruit Shadow, which increases our chance for a preempt and a side attack. He also has some very, very good equipment. The Imperial sells for a nice chunk of money, and his ninja gear gives you +2 to speed. So we'll be stripping that off of him very soon and giving it to Sabin. So here we find an Imperial base set up outside of Doma. Doma is another city castle that has been backing the returners, and they kind of found themselves in hot water. So Kefka wants to poison everyone. Leo wants to do it diplomatically because Leo is obviously the good guy in this situation. So these two soldiers are being recruited to storm Doma. And this is where we get introduced to Cyan, our favorite mustache man. Depending on my time, I might zero. Depending on how the splits look at the end of Floating Continent. Mustache man, the samurai, a mustache man child. I believe in you to get me this black belt from the enemy commander. So please make me a happy boy. So we crank up the battle speed to have this leader get his battle quicker, or get his turn quicker. He dies to 1 retort. So in this game, they've really tried to make rare drops. They want you to hold on to them. So the common drop here is the black belt that sells for 2,500 GP. The rare drop is a Phoenix Down that sells for 250, and this is where grabbing the white cape in the Returner's Hideout means if you didn't get the black belt, at least your run still continues. You just end up buying less smoke bombs. So here Leo gets a message that he's getting called back to Vector, the Empire's capital. And he's like, Kefka, whatever you do, don't poison people. And Kefka's like, get out of here, Boy Scout. So we're not going to change the battle speed quite yet. The battles that we get into fight with Kefka, Kefka is actually considered a party member. So the increased battle speed doesn't affect him. If he ends up getting a turn, it's just the ATB rolls working against us. So this is kind of a just who attacks first kind of thing. So it doesn't matter where you do this next menu, as long as you do it sometime between you trigger the third fight. Going into the double Templar, double Soldier with battle speed like 1 is horrible. So Shadow has no armor now. We gave his ninja suit to Sabin, because it's going to be a lot more useful. So what we're hoping here is we're going to have Shadow kill one of the front soldiers, and we're going to hope that Sabin chooses one of the back soldiers. He has a 33% chance to target either one of them. If he doesn't, then it just goes a little bit longer, but... Nice. So you're kind of just letting RNG take the wheel here. This is the fastest way to get through it, and if you get the Puppy, it makes it that much faster. Because Puppy is overpowered. So since we gave Kefka enough time to run away, him and a bunch of cronies end up turning the water into grape juice. And the people of Doma are greatly allergic to grape. So they're like, hey, the water looks kind of odd. I don't think it looks right. And everyone just ends up quietly taking a nap. That guy didn't wear his harness. The work safety board is not happy. There are glitchy ways to get Leo into your party. There's quite a few videos on YouTube. It's very, very convoluted on how to get Leo in your party. You save in a certain spot, and then you play the game basically until the World of Ruin. And then you death warp, and you go back to the World of Balance, and Leo is a party of your party. Hannibal Graham, I believe his channel is the Elite Gaming Corps. 26 Angelo 26 also has a video on it. It is possible to get it. It's just very, very convoluted. I don't know how long he also stays in your party. If it's a permanent thing or if it's just a temporary thing. So Cyan goes, checks on the king, his liege is not doing too good. And this is where we find his family is taking a extended nap. As a kid, like, this scene never hit me at all. I was just like, oh, they're tired, they're sleeping. I was a really dumb kid. So Cyan is now in kind of like a berserk state. He gets the front row. The game also treats it as he has a black belt equipped. A black belt has a 25% counterattack chance. So if you end up getting lucky and they end up targeting Cyan, he'll end up doing a counterattack, which saves you a little bit of time. Or he can just stand there and look at you. The one attack you really don't want to see is Dispatch. These enemies die to one physical anyways. So the Dispatch is kind of just wasted animation time. So here we're kind of at the mercy of Cyan. And thankfully he chose one of the front soldiers. If he chooses the Cadet, you're kind of just sitting there waiting for an extra turn. So it is noted that Shadow has a 0% chance to run away when you're in the Imperial base. So right now we don't have to worry about Shadow just randomly abandoning us. After this, I believe it's a 1 in 16 at the end of every encounter that you win. There's a couple of contingencies with that, but since we won't really be taking any encounters unless they're pincers, on the ghost train, we're pretty much going to have Shadow to the end. So I kind of wish there was more Magitech segments. They're just really fun and something different. Cyan didn't drink any water. Cyan's that guy when you go camping and he just wants alcohol. He only drinks Code Red. So on this walk into the forest, we're actively avoiding no encounter tiles. If at any point you got off of step route, there's a point coming up where we're going to be burning 7 steps to force an encounter. There's very few parts in the run that you can regain your step route, but this is thankfully one of them. If there's any point in the run that you should keep the step route, it's from the Returners reset to Velt. Velt basically picks every encounter that you fought going into it and then randomly spits them out. And it likes to have the double soldiers, double cadets, or double Templars, sorry, and they're an unrunnable encounter. So the step route up to this point is just to give us a very, very easy hunt for Habibs, also known as Gao, off the coast of Brazil. So here we find a random train in the forest. We're like, hey, this is a good idea. Let's check it out. And then Cyan decides to inform us that it's a train to transport the dead to where they need to go. So like, we gotta stop this thing. Oh, wow. I'm actually surprised that Demi missed. So this is the cart we're going to be burning 7 steps. We want to force an encounter here. This will give us 3 still goings. If we didn't force it here, the next encounter out here would be 4 whispers, which is infinitely harder to run from, and it also affects the Velt encounters we would get. So now we're on a very, very strict step route. Have you been good thousand-eyed? Do you deserve a Trainplex? Whoa, I don't know where that ghost is walking, but it's not normal. So I'm gonna try really hard not to walk where I'm not supposed to. So if Cyan or Shadow end up dying here, it's not the biggest deal. It is nice to keep them alive to give you the increased preemptive chance. This is a bad encounter. So the earrings boost magic damage by 25%. Sabin is pretty much going to be wearing them for the whole run. Aura Bolt, even though it has a lower multiplier than Pummel and Suplex, it does a lot more damage, just as we were talking about before, the game favoring magic over physicals. Thankfully, that save room doesn't raise any threat. The only place you can gain threat is areas you can get an encounter. So if you can't get an encounter in that area, you're fine. Puppy? There you go, chat. Just for you guys. Bomb Rush is also a magical base blitz that ignores magic defense, so late game it's a very, very powerful blitz. So in traditional Final Fantasy fashion, the Doom Train or the Phantom Train is undead. So we kill it by removing the undead status. So you gotta suplex the train in a marathon. Chat loves it. Yeah, it's in a serious PB attempt, you would never suplex the train. Like losing the 15-20 seconds is really harmful, especially like so early in the game. So here Cyan is saying his final goodbye to his family. And so after this, we get 20 seconds to do basically whatever we want. This is one of the only timed segments that doesn't kick you out of the menu. So you really want to be careful not to spend too much time rearranging items, doing your equipment. Thank you all for watching. Unkill it to death. So I'm giving Sabin the earrings to give him a 25% damage increase. Cyan has the sprint shoes on still, so we're still going to have our speedy zoom zoom. That's true, SPR. Everyone else would. So in a glitchless run, we have to wait 10 seconds after the music loops for Rizopause to show up. You can keep killing piranhas over and over again, but the only thing it really leads to is your hit points getting depleted. So we're going to kill one piranha and then put everyone in the back row and defend them. The back row reduces damage by 50%, and then the defense command will reduce it by another 50%. In a glitched run, you could do something called the Psycho Cyan glitch. So by killing Cyan and then using Retort ability, Retort breaks the game in a lot of really strange ways. So if you kill Cyan, revive him, queue up Retort, and then try to suplex the piranha, the suplex will trigger Retort. And since the game's not handled for an enemy to be attacked by a physical and a magical ability, it breaks the AI script, and Rizopause is never flagged to show up. So the music just looped. So now we're going to wait 10 seconds before queuing up the attack with Cyan. And we get Rizopause. So Rizopause will die to 2 Orbolts and a Dispatch. He'll always get 2 attacks off, no matter what. So you can kill him without the earrings, but you really need the upper parts of the damage roll. So we've successfully fallen down the largest waterfall in the world. Kind of like Niagara Falls or Angel Falls. We find ourselves washed up off the coast of Brazil. And we're greeted by a very kind but a very scared child named Habibs. Or Gao, depending on what game you play. In this part alone is where the step route really pays for itself. So we're on step route in a serious PB attempt. You only have 2 chances to get Gao. So to recruit Gao, we need to feed him some meat. The only place that sells meat is Mobliz. So we're just going to slowly end up making our way there. I really like Cyan not to be beat up anymore. So one of the unfortunate side effects of the step route is we end up getting this pincer. This pincer is hard-coded. This is actually the second encounter we faced at the very beginning of the game. Thankfully, they all just died to physicals. We could try to run away here, but since we need to wait for Cyan's ATB gauge to fill up, it's just faster to kill him. So here we're going to do a very large selling segment. So we sold the white cape, black belt, auto crossbow, tent, anything worth a large amount of money. And we bought just one dried meat because that's all we really need at the moment. So the next encounters is going to be a single ghost and a single bomb. We're hoping Gao is going to show up in one of these attacks. Ooh, nice. So Gao has a 5/8 chance to show up on a normal attack. Normal attack meaning you're on the right hand side, enemies are on the left hand side. If it's a pincer, side attack, back attack, Gao has a 0% chance to show up. He'll also not show up if anyone's dead. So we got very lucky in getting first try Habib's. I think he has a ponytail and a mullet, judging from the artwork. Or he's got ponytail with like the short bangs. So Habib's is just a naturally fast character, much like Locke. Unfortunately, his rage just makes him not really not useful in the speedrun. It's not really marathon luck. You do have a 5/8 chance for him to show up. But it's always lucky when he shows up on the first try. It's very rare to lose runs here. But it can happen like everything else. Like if the RNG is just not on your side, there's really nothing you can do. You can take this to a third encounter and regain some of the steps throughout the game. But if you're going for a time lower than like a 5:05 or a 5:10, losing that amount of time really hurts because it's about 45 seconds out of your way. So here we get introduced to the one, the only, the original Kappa. You might recognize him as one of your favorite Twitch emotes. He looks a little different in this game, but you know, everyone ages differently. So here we're coming up to the Serpent's Trench. We're going to be facing 4 encounters. By far the scariest encounter is the first encounter we come across. If it's a solo Anguiform, he has a 33% chance to use Aqua Rake, which will deal about 200 damage to the whole party. It's not the first fight that usually kills you, it's the second fight. because there's 2 fights and then we get a chance to heal. So we will be taking the right path. It is a very, very quick path, and it does cut out 1 encounter. Where taking the right path on the second try, it's a longer path, it doesn't save you an encounter, and you have to go through a silly maze. So I always speculated Gao is raging a fish, Cyan's using his amazing martial art ability, and Cyan's the only one using the oxygen mask. They're still random. These fights are considered story-based, so it depending on which frame you enter the river on. I believe there's it picks from 3 different layouts. Oh, we got a good one. So, like anything story-based is usually dictated by the NPC counter. So if we end up getting an extra fight, it doesn't change the step route, it just pushes the encounter pack 1 forward. So, this game suffers a lot like what Final Fantasy 2/4 does. We didn't get the traditional Final Fantasy 3 and Final Fantasy 5 in the West, so instead of keeping the names accordingly, they just brought back the numbers a little bit. So even though this game was released in FF3 in the West, it was actually it was actually Final Fantasy 6. So you can blame Western localization for that. Cordelium did a true 100 run. So like one of every item, every piece of helmet, everyone learned all the spells, all rages, lores, dances. I think it took them around 32 hours to get all the rages. Which if this game had like a New Game Plus function like Chrono Cross, I think it would be a little more interesting to create like the perfect save. But like, to gather up all the rages and go Ultima spam the final bosses is a little bit of a snooze fest. So because I got the white cape and the black belt, I bought 31 smoke bombs, and I also bought 2 Megas hats. Megas hats are a piece of equipment that will boost magic by 5. They're pretty much equipment that we'll be using for the rest of the game, even on the final boss. So now we get to everyone's favorite disappointment, Locke. I say sleep aid. Touché. So to progress, we need to steal an article of clothing. Locke has a 44% chance to steal. Sometimes you can get lucky and it's your first try. My personal PB for misses is 8. And of course it's first try. I hate you. Thank you, King. So we need to dress up as a merchant to progress. Thankfully, normally by the story standards, you're also supposed to steal a soldier's outfit. But because the developers left in a fancy bridge, we can totally skip getting the soldier's outfit. So right between these two houses, there's a nice bridge. So thankfully, because we already have the merchant outfit, we can just kill this guy. We'll call that marathon luck. Stole his clothing too. So here we give the old man the quote-unquote cider, but then he forgets to tell us the password. It's always courage. If you guess it wrong, a Bolt 2-like animation is cued to sound, and you just go back and guess again. You don't need to steal the merchant's outfit for it. Get my clock elixir. Grab the safety phoenix down. This is the one scenario that always tripped me up as a kid. I never thought about going into Figaro Cave. So I could never pass it as a kid. So every time I rented it, I just hoped someone would have a save that was past this. I'd copy it over and then do my own gameplay. So here we come into our second magic character, or second magic-based character, Celis. She is a empire, or a general for the Empire, or she was. She torched Miranda, which was okay. But then when she heard about poisoning of Doma, they decided to brand her a traitor. So in the glitched runs, you'd actually skip recruiting Celis until much later in the game. But since this is glitchless, or basically like as the developers intended, with very large air quotes, we're just going to save her and recruit her here. This soldier is by far my favorite. He's like, I could stay awake for days. The boss leaves, instantly passes out. Oh, I mean, Terra can use magic naturally. Sabin can't. He has magical-based abilities, but he's not a, like, by any means a magic-based character. Just in the terms of, like, using spells. So by giving Locke the running shoes, we're just making a naturally fast character already faster. And we're just doing a little bit of inventory management to free up certain slots. So you can see how much faster we're escaping from the battles with the smoke bombs. In the route, we buy somewhere close to like 110. So this is one of the few caves in the game that the chests end up upgrading to keep, I'm guessing, to keep the contents useful throughout the run. So the chest that we're going to originally was a tincture when we first came through here with Edgar, Locke, and Terra. It is now transformed into the almighty Thunder Rod. The Thunder Rod will cast the Tier 2 elemental spell of their class, so obviously Bolt 2, giving you the highest possible damage roll and also ignoring the enemy's magic defense and things like wall, shell. There'll be a lot of red splits. So, before I close the text box for tunnel armor, I'm going to be watching the earthquake animations, and I'm looking for is 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And the earthquake animations end up corresponding or normalizing with the NPC value. So if I did this correctly, I should only get one encounter in the Terra scenario. If not, the most common outcome is 2. You end up breaking the item, it does end up getting consumed. So it's a one-off for a lot of damage. Nope. Missed the window. No big deal. So, it's a very tight window. I think it's about 5 frames. To encounter river is still pretty good. So Terra scenario is by far the shortest out of all of them. This is one of the last places for a while that you can regain your step route. So this first cave we're going into generates a very, very low amount of threat, and the cave after this generates a large amount of threat. The way the step route works is by taking extra steps here, we can actually skip over an encounter in the next room. So if I can walk correctly, I'm going to take 4 extra steps. And what this does is it pushes the encounter at the bottom of the staircase to the top of the second staircase. This trick is only really used 3 times in the run. It's just how the threat ends up lining up with everything else. Spoilers! So this trick is simple as long as you're facing north. And you're holding A, you'll pass this puzzle 100% of the time without any issues. So here we're going to say hi to the Moogles. This saves, I believe, 15 encounter steps, and we also get a very, very useful weapon. The Rune Edge is almost as strong as the Mithril Pike. It also has the added bonus of if a character has a magic pool they have access to, it will take anywhere between 12 to 19 out of that character's magic points and guarantee a crit. Crits normally are a 1 in 32 chance. But with a character like Celis, for instance, we can guarantee 3 to 4 crits depending on how many magic points the game decides to take away from her. Oops. I didn't want to queue that up. So here we're back in the land of safety, home of Arvis. And this is where the three storylines kind of start meshing together again. So here, Sabin's gonna come with Cyan and Habib's. Locke's gonna show up with Celis and cause a commotion. So they're basically, we got a bunch of new party members that we're not gonna use. And we find out that Kefka's coming here with a bunch of soldiers to take back the Esper that we found at the very, very beginning of the game. No mashing slower. So here they're planning to combine Figaro's machinery with Narsh's manpower. For some reason, the Narshians moved the Esper out of the cave and onto the top of a mountain. For whatever reason. Home of Arvis is really all the information you need. So here, Cyan gets very, very angry at Celis because she was general of the Empire that ended up torching Miranda. So Locke steps in, he's like, I'm gonna protect her. Me personally, I'd like to see that fight between Cyan and Locke, because I'm pretty sure Locke's gonna lose. So Kefka brought a bunch of friends to a party. And he really just needed to bring himself. So here we're all going to take arms in the snowfields, which is pretty close to the top of the mountain where they end up sticking the Esper. Locke would steal his Mountain Dew. So here you just have a bunch of conversations between Celis and random party members. Celis remembers Terra. Cyan's like, hey, I don't trust you. So here we have another multi-party battle, and in the instance of the speedrun, We're only going to use one party. For a safety, you can use Cyan instead of Celis. Celis with the Rune Edge is a very, very powerful attacker. She does pretty close to the same damage that Cyan would with Dispatch, but with a lot quicker animation. Normally, Edgar would get the Rune Edge. So much like the Mughals, we can't really walk past the soldiers. What we can do is just kind of sit in cubby holes and wait. So because these guys are on a strict walking path, we can kind of just wait for them to pass us. And then the only issue is the test rider, Buddy running back and forth. But he's generally not an issue. Ooh, that is a crappy ATB start. Well, nice knowing you, Celis. Alright, so Celis is going to have a lot of crits for the next boss coming up. It's kind of one of the downsides. She doesn't really have any real equipment to speak of. It is quite unlucky for her to get targeted with 2 physicals. And that's Kefka Narsh. He didn't bring the creme de la creme. They brought the D squad. So here, because Terra meeting with the Esper the first time went so well, meeting the second time has very, very different outcomes. So, for some reason, when Terra interacts with this Esper, she ends up... strange things happen. So she ends up turning into a magical being and then flying off into the sky. So the main goal of the next area is to protect Narsh and also go find out where she went to. Is this trance? We'll find out. We'll find out in about an hour. We could have avoided a lot of this. So here, the next party order, it doesn't matter, or it does matter. We want Ed in the lead. If Ed is in the lead when we're in the Figaro Castle, he gets a 50% discount from all the shops, which is really what makes the next shop possible, without really hurting the bank account. So because Celis did so good at Kefka and Narsh, we're gonna give her a second try. There's really no reason ever to skip this this hut. It's got a lot of good items, earrings, it's got 5,000 GP, it's got a wall ring which sells for a good chunk of money. So, and this is one other thing that really helps fund the next shop coming up. So we're going to be buying the drill and the flash. The drill is a physical-based tool that ignores the enemy's physical defense. Flash is just an upgraded auto crossbow that's magic. Drill stays pretty relevant for damage throughout the whole run. We also buy 11 Phoenix Downs because people will die. And then we buy 24 Vivifies for a grind we're going to be doing in about an hour. No, the weapon shop has Ragnarok. The locked chest is after you get access to the airship, or after the sealed cave, if you go back to Narsh, you have the option for to recruit Mog or save the wolf and get the gold hairpin. The gold hairpin's a relic that reduces magic cost by 50%. Neither of them are really important. We're not going to be grabbing Mog in the World of Balance. Aw, thank you, Azure. I'm just happy so many people want me in marathons. So once again, we just take Locke because he's a naturally fast character. Oh, I did the selling, that's why. Oopsie. So we're going all the way north for a hero ring. A hero ring is basically an Atlas armlet and an earring put together. So it'll boost physical and magic damage by 25%. And then we get a nice, free, relaxing chocobo ride to Zozo. I like to ride my chocobo. We're going to Zozo to see what Terra's doing, 'cause she DNA'd, G-evolved into a pink Esper and then flew away. Gao is very upset with her right now. He thought they could be friends 'cause she was really cute, but then she threw him off a big mountain. In science, feeding him lots and lots of dried meat. I like to ride my chocobo. We're here at Zozo. Let's not get slam danced. So Zozo, there's really not too much to say. It's the town of liars. The only really scary encounter we're gonna face is the slam dancers. If they're by themselves, they have a 100% chance to cast a tier 2 spell. which will end up doing about 220 damage. 220 damage to every character. So like at best case, Sabin lives with like 8 hit points. Alright, we got lucky with the first encounter. The Chocobo songs and the Mustache Man song are pretty much a staple in my stream. So like I've been running this game for about 18 months now. I started with Glitchless. I just recently finished with Glitchless a couple of months ago. LCC, the grandfather of this game, when I was running it, put the idea in my head that sub 5 would be possible. So that ate a lot of my sanity, but we ended up reaching it. My PB in this category is a 4:59.45. So the previous world record was held by FF Monk 9 with a 5:04.29, I believe. And shaving those 4+ minutes off was quite difficult, but it was a very good learning experience. So I'm just getting everyone prepped on their abilities for the next fight coming up. You can actually skip. Thanks, Locke. You tried there, good buddy. So Dedaluma is a it's not a strict fight. Basically what we're planning to do is deal just enough damage before he gets his first turn not to trigger healing, which greatly depends on your damage rolls. So once you've dealt more than 1,300 damage to him, you put him into a healing phase, where he'll throw a combination of 3 potions or 3 tonics. So here we're just pushing back his AI script as much as possible by filling the queue with attacks. We're just short. How important is RNG? Very important. The step route makes everything consistent, but like something like this, you're losing 20 seconds. Raptor Rat, you can lose a good chunk. There are quite a few just pitfalls where you end up getting pooched. It's like anything else. The lower you try to get the time, the more RNG you need to go your way. So unfortunately, we've seen healing phase, but it was actually a pretty tame healing phase. I've seen a question about espers. We don't really grab. The only Esper we go out of our way to grab is Zone Seek. For the +2 magic on a level up. The only other Esper that gives us that is Tritoch, and we don't have access to him until the World of Ruin. So we pretty much grab the bare minimum of Espers. So here we get the story from Ramuh that Terra isn't a human and isn't an Esper, she's something different. Ramuh and his friends escaped from the Magitech research facility, and this is our first instance of characters learning magic. So each Esper will teach anywhere between 1 to 5 spells at different rates. And then once you get it to 100%, you're able to use that spell in battle or out of battle. We're not really interested in learning too many spells. We're more interested in the Esper bonuses. So, Ifrit, for instance, grants you +1 to strength on a level up. So every time you level up with Ifrit equipped, your strength goes up by 1. Same thing with Zone Seek and Magic. Espers are the only way to get stats. So if you level up and you notice your damage is doing a little bit more, that's because your level plays into the damage formula. So even here, we're going to be grabbing Ramuh and then Siren. And that's it. We're going to leave Kieran and Stray behind. You can pick up Stray for a safety in the Opera House Raptor Rats, but it's not needed. It saves a couple of seconds and it saves a menu equip. Terra's the real enemy. I think the Espers are the real enemy. I think they just did it to themselves. So here we learn that an Esper can only fully transfer their power when they've been turned into a Magicite or dead. So this is going to be a key component playing later on. So we're kind of just going to let Terra sleep. She's very tired. That flight probably took a lot out of her. So we have to grab Ramuh to progress the plot. The other 3 are completely optional. Siren does make a lot of areas quite a bit easier. Then we're going to grab the running shoes, just to give another character haste. This X potion is just for marathon safety. I blame Kefka too. So here, once again, we need to bolster Narsh's defense. So we're going to make Cyan and Gao walk all the way back there. So this is one party menu you don't want to mess up, because you have to walk all the way back to Narsh. So you really want to make sure to add Sabin. You really want to make sure to add Sabin and Edgar. Because if not, you're going for a very, very long trip backwards. So there, I just turned Sabin into our physical attacker by giving him the Genji glove and the Atlas armlet. So Edgar now has the hero ring and the earring, which means his magic is getting a 50% damage boost and his physical is getting 25. So here, with all this wonky walking, we're just hitting as many no encounter tiles as possible. We're making a just a stop here to get the white dress. Once again, it's a piece of equipment for Terra or Celis that grant +5 to magic. So with the white dress and the Magus hat, we're getting +10 to magic. It's a very, very large chunk. The game really doesn't expect you to hold on to such weak armor for the whole game. But it does end up just having one step to end up just breaking it. So to progress the plot of finding the Espers, we find out that Celis now looks like an opera singer named Maria. And to save the Espers, we have to put on an opera. Because there's only one person in the world that has an airship, and that is Senior Setzer. This is live. This is not a recording. So our big goal is for Locke to learn Bolt. Learning it is not necessary, but it does make one fight quite a bit easier. We do want Ed to learn Sleep and Slow. I like to ride my chocobo. So doing a safety save in case bad things happen. So we end up meeting with the impresario. And he's like, they're gonna steal Maria. And what does Locke do? Locke just offers up Celis to be her replacement. So they're like, well, you see as a decoy. Don't worry, what could go wrong? This plan has 0 chance to fail. This isn't recording, prove it. How shall I prove it? There's a lot of downtime. So, as Celis learned, you don't open doors with your face. I wouldn't recommend trying that in real life either. It looks like a very, very painful way to open a door. It sounds like he's recording. Get him! Bam, 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 bam. Also, shoutouts to the conductor. Just being an absolute champ through this whole thing. The West and the East were waging war. Draco, the West's greatest hero, thinks of his love, Maria. Is she safe? Is she waiting? He loves a good show like everyone else. Voice. Bump, bump, to bump. A marriage. Sweet marriage. So here the opera answers are very simple. It's just 1, 2, 1. The forces of the West fell, and Maria's castle was taken. Prince Rels of the East took her hand by force, but she never stopped yearning for Draco. Oh, my hero, so far away now. Will I ever see your smile? Love goes away like night into day. It's just a fading dream. I'm the darkness, you're the stars. Our love is brighter than the sun. For eternity, for me, there can be only you, my chosen one. Must I forget you? Our solemn promise. Oh, will autumn take the place of spring? What shall I do? I'm lost without you. Speak to me once more. Oh, sparkles! Shiny! Come, Maria, follow my lead. So you actually don't have to dance around with them. You kind of just have to stand in very strategic spots and then hold A. And this is where I always disappoint Talia 1 because I don't have a row split. We must part now, my life goes on, but my heart won't give you up. Ere I walk away, let me hear you say, I meant as much to you, so gently. You've touched my heart, I will be forever yours. Come what it may, I won't age a day. I'll wait for you always. Prince Rels is looking for a dance partner. Leave the past behind. Our kingdom is adopting the spirit of the East. Meh. I don't know why, but I always turn him into like a 40s gangster. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And spin. Spin. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So here, for some reason, Ultros's letter has gotten legs and walked into the changing room. What? Survivors of the West attack. Impossible! Attack! Tink, 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 tink. On guard! Tink, 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 blarg, tink, 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 tink. Oh, wait! Draco now has a 3-star wanted level. Maria. Draco. I've waited so long, I knew you'd come. Maria will finally have to become my queen for the rest of my life. I will keep you near. It's a duel. But I might disrupt the opera with that. Aha, let's see if Maria can shrug this off. Yeah, it's heavier than I thought. It'll take me 5 whole minutes to drop it. We haven't a second to lose. Talk to the man in the room on the far right. It's as good as done. So here we just have to flip a switch to unlock the door. But first, googly eyes. Googly eyes makes everything better. You guys demand suplexing the train. I demand my googly eyes. Nice. I'll just keep it on. So, Sabin is going to be a physical damage dealer in this. I'm looking to take at least 3 rat fights. We want to kill the gold rat, but really before anything else. If we kill the gray rats and the gold rat is still alive, he'll call friends. And this is where getting to Edgar to level 11 can help out a little bit. So with this fight, you really want Sabin to target the top rat. If you target the bottom rat, because of just funky mechanics in the game, you won't be able to target him singularly with a physical. That was a very good Rafter Rats. Disaster! The 2 heroes are flattened and the opera's over. Who will win the girl? Draco nowhere else will save C. the world's premier adventurer will save her. Aye, what awful acting. Silent, you're in the presence of octopus royalty. Low-born thud like you could never beat me. Might as well make the most of it. Music! So, where we position Sabin is very important. If you attack an enemy from the backside, you deal double damage. Ultros is also weak to fire, so Sabin's Fire Knuckle is doing 4 times normal damage at this point. So that's why his one attack is doing just massive amounts of damage. The speedrun doesn't grab the chainsaw. Its 25% chance for an instant death attack really hurts its viability. Also, the amount of encounters it takes to go get it. The chainsaw is only about 50 attacks stronger than the drill. The drill is 198, chainsaw I believe is 246 or 256. So it's not really any extra damage, and there's no fight where we need that extra 50 or 60 damage to really make a difference. What levels do you usually beat this game? In the speedrun, Celis will be 42, and everyone else will be either 19 or high 20s. This speedrun uses what's called a 6-man chart. So Celis will be 42, Mog will be 31, Gogo will be 29, Sabin will be 27, Setzer and Edgar will be 19. Casually, I always beat the game. I always had about level 60, level 70 due to grinding in the Tyrannosaurus Forest. However, after running this game so many times in a speedrun setting, I can see that was a lot of wasted hours. You missed the singing, sir. So here, Setzer kidnaps quote-unquote Maria, realizes it's not Maria, then asks her to get off the ship. Setzer is the worst kidnapper ever. If I could have that Raptor Rats in a PB attempt, I'd take that. My PB lost 80 seconds to really bad rats. I did do a little while ago, we did a all characters and espers run on the GBA version, which included the Dragon's Den. And that really taught me just a lot of like what abusable skills you can learn. It ended up being, I think, about 11 hours, but with the GBA you really don't have a step route, because you can't increment the seeds. So for like the Steam and the GBA version, your step route is the frame you hit new game or hit continue. So if you're amazing, you can always hit that 1/60th of a frame window, but for most of the time you just go off the cuff. All right, Barnax, thanks for kicking around, sir. 100% in this game is considered all characters and espers. In a speedrun terms, surprisingly, it's not that much longer than an any percent. It adds about 70 minutes. A large chunk of the time save is Mog with the Moogle Charm. Being able to just run from point A to point B and not worry about encounters is very, very nice. So here we haven't had any mode 7 in a while. So, Mode 7. Here we'll be stocking up on a little bit of smoke bombs and warp stones. Warp stones just cast the warp spell. I'm just going to take this safety heal. So I am 2 steps off of step route. If I was still on step route, I'd be able to skip the first encounter in this area. Unfortunately, I am not that good. So we're going to be seeing one extra encounter. So the Meiji Tech Research Facility is the first place we end up encountering weapons that end up giving us magic. The Flame Saber and Bolt Saber or Thunderblade will also add +2 to magic stat. So combine that with the White Dress and the Magus Hat, we're at +12 magic. I'm sorry, Peanut. I'm trying. So because I took 3 rats, I do have to take 1 encounter in the research facility. Because I really want Edgar to learn sleep before Ifrit and Shiva. There's multiple schools of thought on how to go about this fight. Some runners fight, some runners run away. Some runners run away with using physicals, some go magic. I really enjoy magic Ifrit. So the way the Ifrit fight works is if you hit him with physicals 5 times, he'll transition to Shiva. But that window where Ifrit goes off the screen, the game removes the no run flag. So you can technically run from the encounter. But if you fail the run, you have to hit Shiva 5 times and then try to run during that transition. If you hit Ifrit with 3 magic spells, he transitions close to you, casts Fire 3, and then transitions back to where he was. So I like the magic strat because you get 2 chances at an escape. On average, one is a couple of seconds faster than the other. It's all your comfort level. I just really like the magic strat. I stole it from the Japanese runners. There's a couple of strats I've stole from them. There's a couple of strats I stole from LCC. Yeah, I'm about 2 minutes behind PB Alec, which I'm still gonna take in a marathon run. So this is the fight I'm hoping to get the Pipsqueaks. I learned Bolt and Sleep. I am going to take a safety save here. Even though this fight normally doesn't give you trouble, sometimes it does. We haven't saved in a while. So I just paused there for a second to make sure Ifrit wasn't going to counterattack. And here I'm just building up. I don't need to build up the run gauge. I'm just trying to make it into a more favorable position. Edgar's gonna take a dirt nap. Ta-da! Ifrit and Shiva. So, as long as one character runs away, the battle is considered won, and you don't have to drain their hit points. There's some people that will fight them. Stepping over that skull and bones underneath the crane saves you 1 step. It's the only reason I was going north so far when talking to everyone. Hacks! I call hacks! So we do need to pick up the Ifrit Esper. In a glitched run, you would skip them. But we do need Celis to learn or Fire 2. For some reason, espers don't increment the sleep variable. If they did, that would be rather amazing. So we're going into this little secret cove area. It has a break blade. We don't really want it for attacking, but it sells for 6,000 GP. It's a very, very large chunk of money, and it's not that far off the beaten path by any means. So we needed Ed to learn sleep for this next boss fight coming up. So we're going to do a rather lengthy equip menu. So I gave everyone a good chunk of magic boosting equipment. Number 24 can be put to sleep, and sleeping enemies don't get woken up if they get attacked with magic-based abilities. So we're going to put them to sleep and then just safely pelt them with a bunch of magic. We put the sneak ring on lock to double his steal chance. We're really hoping he ends up stealing a rune edge. Rune edge sells for close to 4,000 GP. Nice. The drainer, which is the 1/8 steal, sells for 1 GP. So you never really want to see the drainer. So we gave Edgar and Celis running shoes just to get their turns faster. Gave them earrings and running shoes, or earrings and hero rings to boost their attacks, or boost their damage. I don't know where my warp stones are. Alright, Zero Swag, thank you for the luck. Have a good sleep, sir. So number 24 can do a lot of annoying attacks. Aura Bolt is holy elemental damage. So if you wanted to roll the dice 30 seconds after the battle is passed, he'll do a barrier change, which will negate damage from an element, but also increase damage from a certain element. So if he picks immunity to holy, you're losing a very, very big damage dealer out of Sabin. But however, if he turns himself weak to holy, you end up saving 12 seconds in that fight. So if you wanted to roll the dice, you could just skip the sleep and hopefully you got the pearl immunity, or the pearl weakness, I should say. I always like this area casually, just because you end up getting 8 espers, and a few of them are actually quite useful. I equipped Shiva there instead of Ifrit, even though Celis needs to learn Fire too. Shiva is 75 frames faster, so you save a second on the animation. And if your floating continent goes as it should, you will learn Fire 2 when you need to anyways. So here is where Kefka finds out that draining an Esper of the power isn't enough. You need to kill them so they turn into Magicites, and that's when you can harness their skills. So we just gave the Empire a good lead on what to do. So Celis will use a spell she will never learn, Warp, to remove everyone from the battlefield. Which causes, because of the Magitech armors, it causes a huge instability in the area. So there's been a little bit of manipulation going on. The game checks your party lead when you enter the research facility, when you enter the Esper room, and when you enter the minecart. There's a huge document on GameFAQs about it. So we'll be putting Sabin as the party leader, and that will manipulate the minecart to give us more favorable encounters, at least money-wise. Good job, team. So because of that save at Ifrit, Step Route's completely destroyed. It's not the biggest deal in the world because we have smoke bombs. We will be getting it back for the beginning of World of Ruin. so it's not the biggest worry in the world. So I gave Edgar Shote, Locke gets Phantom, and Sabin gets Bismarck. Sabin with Bismarck is more for the boss fight coming up on the minecart. We do need Edgar to learn Doom, which is taught at a ×2 speed. So we need to gain 50 magic points between here and the end of the World of Balance. So with this manipulation, we're going to get 1 blue mag rotor, 4 red mag rotors, a blue and a red, and then 2 more 4-packs. The 4-packs die to a flash, and they're worth 1200 GP. It is quite a bit of money. They also have a chance to drop skeins. Skeins sell for 250 GP each. So if we get lucky, we can just pad the bank account a little bit. Once again, it's not needed money, it's just extra money. If you miss all the steals, you can still complete the run. I don't want anyone kind of like worrying that if you miss a steal, things go south. You can still finish the run. There are plenty of backups you can do to save money or get more money. So this is the only place, nothing you can do to make this area look good. Not even high-res mode 7 in Beast Nest can save this. Looking for that thief knife. So number 128 has 3 parts to them, the main body and the 2 arms. We're going to be using flashes and Bismarck to kill the arms and also deal damage to the main body. The big issue with fighting 24 is the red feasts. You can cast Phantom to stop it, but Phantom is a little slow. So like you do save a couple of seconds, but it's nothing outstanding. GG. Phantom wouldn't even have saved me there. Alright, so now we're back to our regularly scheduled program for a little bit. MK getting haste off is very, very unfortunate. Alright, so we need good luck here. We need Sabin to hit the body. Alright. Sabin did us good. Crisis averted. So everyone just targeting Edgar down was a very, very unlucky thing. Coming up is the Cranes fight. This is by far one of the most random fights in the game. So you're in a pincer attack, and if one of them attack you from the backside, you take double damage. And they also have a 33% counterattack chance. So this is the first fight we run into where you can do everything right and you still die. So like learning the route, obviously safety saving is recommended. There's two ways to fight this, one with Phantom and one without Phantom. I'm going to try it once without Phantom and see how it goes. Phantom makes this fight safer, but just from my feelings, using it without Phantom gives you more control over the battle because you're just dealing a lot more damage. So we're going to be fighting Frazier and Niles. For anyone that's old, they'll get that old joke. Frazier and Niles are both very, very cranky. And I don't know why, but we're just flying right above them. So it's like if we would have flew 1 kilometer in any direction, we would have been safe. Instead, we just hover above Vector like nothing is going wrong. So Bismarck here, these cranes take double damage from water, so you're getting a pretty good damage increase, because you're not really suffering the split damage. Nightlock. Alright, so we're looking pretty good. They should be dead here. Very, very good cranes fight. They were very kind. Alright, so the run commences. I don't have to worry about going back to the save point. Even if I did, it doesn't mess up your step route at all. Because when you go back, the game reverts you back to that state. So I'd still get the 2 encounters in the same 2 sections. Lock going down is a little unfortunate, but it's still, like I said, not the end of the world. We don't need Lock to learn any spells. So now we're in the Espa world. So because we brought, what is it? Tara's father back, she's getting this flashback on how Baby T came into the world. Gal learns the rages on the encounter that he leapt on and when he returns. The fights you do in between don't matter for what he learns. It's only when he disappears and when he comes back. You do need to run into the encounter in the world for it to show up on Velt. So if you need to fight an enemy somewhere for it to show up on the Velt. It just doesn't magically show up. So to do like an all rage run, you would need to fight every single enemy in the game. So here, Madonna makes it to the Esper world. She was trying to escape the human realm, and for some reason the Esper has just left the front door open. So she senses everyone is very, very, very angry with her. So she wants to leave, and Madonna's like, you gotta give us a chance to see if we can exist together. And when a human and an Esper love each other very, very much. They create a Insta baby, and they name it T. So 2 years have gone by. Madonna and Modwin have been living peacefully in the Esper world together with their new baby. And all of a sudden, the Empire comes in and starts kidnapping Espers. So Gishelle's like, a mountain of gold to whoever gives me an Esper. Well, the thing, Melcarno, it also is dependent on what encounter seed you're on, and that will dictate what enemies you'll get on the Veldt. So you can fight every enemy, but depending on what seed you're on, they're never flagged to show up. There's another excellent guide on GameFAQs that has the Veldt packs. So depending on what Veldt packs you get and your seed, you can be locked out of certain enemies from ever spawning there. So it's not as simple as just walking back and forth. Like, you will have to save and reload the game to move the encounter for the seed forward for new encounters to show up in the encounter string. So Madonna's been living in the Esper world for 2 years and not an issue. Wolfie gets angry and she decides to leave. And one hint for all new parents, don't drop your baby in a wind tunnel. Don't drop your baby at all. That's a very, very bad thing. And this is where Emperor Gishal learned about the half-human, half-Esper. So he kind of just steals the baby and he's like, with this we can rule the world. End scene. So we get Terra back in our party. Terra is just re-averaged to everyone. So Terra's level 11 at the moment. I always like when you leave the other Espers behind because they also glow. So because we fought a battle with Setzer, Setzer's like, alright, we're friends now. Take the airship and do what you want with it. We're like, okay, sweet. Amazing. Thank you, Reflections. So here we're going to get a party ready for the grind. You can do this with just Terra and Locke, but this is another strat I stole from the Japanese community about bringing Sabin. So to progress the plot, we have to go to Narsh. But first, we're going to do some good old RNG manipulation. Alright, I have enough money. Just sanity check. So we're lost and we don't know what to do. That female NPC knows what to do, but we're too afraid to ask her. So we're just going to keep entering and leaving until she points us in the right direction. Alright, we're good to go. So Zone Seek and Golem, and really anything in the auction house, is dictated by the NPC value. By going in and out of the auction house and monitoring the NPC's footsteps, we know where we are in the NPC value. So we're looking for up, up, right, left, or down, left, down, right. And if you see those 4 footsteps and then go into the auction house, you'll always get Zone Seek. Zone Seek is something we want because it gives +2 magic on the level up, which is going to be very important in the next area coming up. So because we know Terra is a half human, half Esper now, Narsh wants to use that to try to get the Espers on our side. So the main goal now is Bannon and Arvis kind of being like, hey, you should go through the sealed cave and try to get your Esper friends to join us. With their power, we can overtake the Empire. And we're like, I don't know. We'll give it a shot. There's probably a little more plot to discuss, but that's pretty much the bare bones of it at the moment. So Terra's finally starting to understand her existence. She's coming to terms with it. Terra's giant arc is now, will I be able to love someone? And everyone's arc is, hey, we need Espers. That elixir is just marathon safety. In a PB attempt, you wouldn't grab a lot of these, but... So, the 24 Revivifies we bought way before Zozo are coming into play now. Terra's level 11. We're going to want her to beef up to level 19. Under Zone Seek, this will give her 16 additional magic. And then on top of the Megas Hat, White Dress, and Elemental Saber, she'll have plus 28 magic over base. Base just means her magic stat before we started doing this. So thankfully a lot of the enemies are, basically all the enemies here are undead. So much like the very, very beginning of the game, we're going to have Terra do her action last. So Locke and Sabin will run away. This will give Terra all the experience in the battle. So when you're giving a character that's level 11 2,000 experience, they gain levels pretty quickly. So in this quote-unquote grind, we're going to be taking 9 battles. So you might notice that Terra's morph gauge is blurred out. While Terra's in your party, she gains magic, obviously from the battles being won, but that also goes into feeding her morph gauge. So when you've earned 128 magic points in battle with Terra in your party, that is when her morph gauge is maxed out. So not only is Terra gaining magic points towards learning spells that we're never going to use, we're also beefing up her morph gauge. So we'll know Terra's at level 18 because she'll learn Life. And then it's one more battle after that, and you're off to the races. This is a very, very quick grind. Thankfully, there's one dedicated grind in this game, and it's not nearly as bad as what it could be. It's like a 7-minute solo grind with Celis, but it's still nothing like agonizing to go through. So we want, if we want to see a lot of Ings. Ings give quite a bit more money than Zombones. There's one thing you have to be careful of with doing this grind, is that the Ings check for the run before their death animation, where the Zombones check it afterwards. So you do get a little bit of extra leeway with Sabin. Even though his speed's pretty close to lock, there is a very, very slim chance if Terra acts very quickly that Sabin won't have full ETB and can't run away from the battle. Because every level she gets 2 magic points. So Zone Seek will give you +2 magic power on a level up. So each level she gets under Zone Seek, her magic power is going up by 2. So even though we're not going to use the spells, we're more interested in the level up bonus that Zone Seek gives us. Because each one of these levels, like I said, we're going up 2 magic. So by grinding 8 levels, we're getting her 16 additional magic. Which is going to greatly increase her damage down the road. This should be the last battle I have to take. So the characters can only run away if their ATB bar is full. So by having Terra act last, she has a 0% chance to run away. Actually, I think I'm level 19. I should double check, yeah. So, the way we throw the items is, it's Sabin and Locker first, Terra's always last. So, like I said, with the levels we got for... Oh no, it's all good, I am Shu. Ask away. So, I said at the beginning of the grind, but I'll repeat it for everyone that showed up. We just got Terra 16 magic for Zone Seek, but with also equipping her with the Magus hat, the white dress, and an elemental saber like the Flame Saber, Thunder Blade, or Blizzard, those 3 pieces of equipment will also give her +12 to magic. So with this grind plus equipment, she has +28 magic, which is more than, almost 3/4 more than what she has without nothing equipped. So this makes Terra a really good beast in the World of Balance. So Kefka, you can either fight or run away. The game locks out your L and R buttons, but it doesn't lock out smoke bombs. So we just run away from Kefka and the battle's over. Terra's made it to the Esper Gate. She's going to call upon her Esper brethren and sisterin to come out and help. The only issue is when they get past the gate, they lose control of their powers. There's something in the Esper world that keeps their power in check. And as soon as they come into the human world, they just completely go berserk. Now, feel free to ask questions. I'll answer them as I can. Aggressively run away. So, for some reason, the rocks form in a perfect shape of a key. And to save steps, we're going to use a warp stone to instantly get out of the dungeon. Turn tail like that. So here we learned the Espers ended up escaping and destroying the town of Vector. Vector is the capital of the Empire. So even though we had wings for a very, very short amount of time, we flew from Zozo to Jador, Jador to Narsh, and Narsh to here. We now lose the airship again. That's her. Lost control of the ship. I don't know what to do. Storks, drop them down the chimney. You have to send away from them. It's like a catalog order. When a human and an Esper love each other very, very much, they go dancing into the sky. And everything is forgiven. I'm trying to keep it PG-13, and I think I'm failing. Buy a couple of extra for safety. So I like to ride my chocobo. We're going to Vector to have a nice dinner. But first we have to beat up some guards, because they want to prove they're better. But one guy just had to go to the bathroom. We apologize to that guy now. So normally you would do this menu during the banquet timer, but because the save's going to happen, we're just going to do it here. So even though Terra is super, super beefy, she still needs help from 2 earrings to give her a 50% damage increase. So this next area is pretty much a mini game. So going out and going back in saves half a second because we don't have to follow behind the guard. So there's 24 possible soldiers you can talk to in this area. We're going to talk to 23 out of the 24. For each soldier we talk to, we get 1 point. For each soldier we fight, we get 5 points. This game kind of does have a trap where Kefka's in jail. If you talk to him, it eats up like 3 minutes. I've definitely lost a lot of chances here because of it. Not like in a speedrun, but definitely casual play. So the timer doesn't tick down during room transitions. Room transitions take 1/3 of a second. So the walking path here is planned out so you have the least amount of room transitions. We will be using Phantom here. The soldiers we fight have an ability called Program, I believe it's Program 78, where if it hits Terra, it will end up causing the mute status. And a large chunk of our damage is going to be coming from Terra casting fire. We gave Lock the sneak ring. This is another good place to just pad the bank account a little bit. The soldiers you can steal either tents or mithril vests from. And each of them sell for 600 GP, which is good because we do have a rather long shop coming up. So here we're just going to queue up the steal with Lock. Sabin's attack is just in case Terra's fire doesn't hit above 580. The soldiers will live, or the commandos will live. So this is a timed area anyways. We will be doing inventory management with whatever time we have left. Once again, just because it's quote-unquote free time, because we're waiting for the timer to tick down. Got really good luck with the steals. Alright, that's the last soldier we're going to talk to. So we got all our inventory sorted out. I wanted tents, tinctures, and tonics in slot 3, or 4, 5, and 6. This just makes the rod selection quite a bit easier. Coming up after the next shop, I moved a couple of accessories around for a little bit of easier selling. So now we have to answer questions. These questions are worth 5, 3, and 1 points. We need to hit a very specific value, so we want to make sure we answer all these questions correctly. If you don't, your run is generally over. Alright, looking good for the first part. So the reason this area is so important is if we get 90 out of the possible 93 points, we get a relic called the Charm Bangle. What the Charm Bangle does is it reduces the amount of threat generated by each step by 50%, which for the speedrun equates to about 40% less encounters. You can go for 93 points. It doesn't really change the outcome. The items cap at 90. So like losing, getting only 1 point from a question instead of 5 points is going to put you at a pretty big deficit. So here we're just teaming up with the Empire to try to... Basically the Empire got their butt kicked by the Espers and they're like, hey, we're sorry for enslaving your friends. We want to make everything right. One, 2, 3, 4. Nice. 5. So there's one building in all of Vector you can use a warp stone in for unknown reasons. No one really knows why you can, but it does save quite a bit of time. So we are going to walk to the weapons base. You might think it's faster to go there from the airship, but it involves cutting the Thamasa shop into 2 sections, so it actually works out to be slower. If you're interested in Breath of Fire, in about 9 hours, Andy W3321 will be running Breath of Fire 2 for the SNES Super Stars. So if you want to check that out, definitely be there for that. I believe it's 12:30 start time. So this area just has, or this weapons base just has so many good weapons. You end up coming away with about 35,000 just in GP. So we meet General Leo in Albrook, and he's hired a couple of people. Who else? My god! General C and Shadow. So this ends up causing about 5 minutes of unnecessary plot because Celis and Locke can't just talk to each other and work this out. They play the silent game, run away. So the only thing we have to do now is sleep before we sleep again. It's been a while since we took a good nap. So Celis is still angry that Locke thought that she was just a spy. And instead of being like, why you gotta be an idiot, we get some sappy music and just no words. Just pure silent treatment. Oops. So since we've rested, we're ready to ship off into the world. We have no control over the boat. I do know how to steer, just not like this. So the big instance now is, since Terra is not she doesn't view herself as a human, she doesn't know if she can love. And this is kind of like Terra's arc for the rest of the World of Balance. So she has a very heart-to-heart talk with General Leo. About Leo saying how he's not as good of a guy as she thinks he is, because he knew about the experiments with infusing babies with Magitech power. And he just sat by and didn't do anything, because Leo is a very, very loyal soldier. It does, yeah, Locke ends up getting seasick, which I always found quite interesting. Even Shadow throws out some good words, or some good advice, I should say. So Shadow in the World of Balance always felt weird. You get him at the strangest times. Like, Shadow is only usable from here to basically starting the Thamasa quests. And like, that's it. Like, you don't get him long enough to really do anything meaningful unless you do it like a dedicated magic grind before the floating continent. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. So Thamasa is the first place we can actually buy rods, and this is where pretty much all of our money is going to go. Normally you buy 11 fire, 11 ice, 11 thunder. I'm going to try to eke it out to about 14. My rod route is very, very heavy. It does allow you to do cool things. It does make a couple of shops a little bit tighter. But rods are just really good static damage. speedruns count all cutscenes. This game is measured in RTA. So from the time you hit new game till the time Final Kefka flashes, everything is on the timer. The in-game timer doesn't count seconds, so it's really hard. You'd have a bunch of leaderboards with like the exact same time. So there in the shop, we pretty much sold every weapon, every piece of armor, every helmet, every armor, or every weapon, helmet, body armor, shield. We sold a couple of accessories we don't need. So I ended up buying 11 fire, 11 ice, and 13 thunder rods. That's still a very, very healthy number. So here we get introduced to Strago and Realm, two citizens of Thamasa. Realm has one of the best tracks in the game. So if you were to go and wander around town, you see a bunch of very, very strange things. It looks like people can cast magic, but they don't cast magic, or at least they talk about it. So the innkeeper here is one of the biggest scam artists in the world. If you try to sleep before talking to Strago, he charges something ridiculous like 8 or 1200 GP. Or you talk to him after Strago, he gives you a bargain basement discount of 1 GP to sleep here. So poor Locke gets thrown out of bed by Strago. Apparently Realm was playing in the neighbor's house and it caught fire. We probably could have bought more thunder or fire rods to prevent this, but you know, hindsight's 50-50. So Shadow's puppy goes missing. And this is where we find out the citizens of Thamasa are really magic users. We have a perfectly good beefy magic user in Terra, but she just doesn't help. So the town is going to pool together to try to put out this fire, but it turns out this house stocked all the fire rods in the world, so the fire is now too powerful. So we're gonna have to go into the heart of the beast. So much like the auction house manipulation, I'm going to attempt. I failed this at the last time I tried it, but I'm hoping this will be different. We're going to try to manipulate the fireballs into a very favorable position. Dang it. I flubbed it up. We should have just summoned Bismarck. I've been getting trapped on that first room and I don't know why now. So unfortunately, we get to see a couple of extra battles. This ice rod is in the route. Bad movement. Still not too shabby. So, this is where we really get to see the power of rods. So half of that damage is exploiting an elemental weakness, but a lot of the bosses just aren't going to last long. So for anyone that's just tuning in, rods will cast the tier 2 elemental spell of their class, giving you the highest possible damage roll, no variance, and it also ignores the enemy's magic defense. So in a speed run, it just means very good static damage. So out of that 8,142 damage, 4,071 of that is from an elemental weakness. It all depends on how good your endgame was, Nuke. Generally, it's not like that was only a 2 encounter house, so that's still a very, very good house. You could still PB on that. But like it all depends on how. If you had an average World of Ruin, you could still PB. If you've had a very, very good like floating continent and then very good like Kefka's Tower, there's a good chance it's out the window. Another thing to consider is how long it takes the manipulation to set up. Sometimes, like every time you enter and leave, we call that a door. So obviously you're aiming for like a 5-door manipulation. So if you get anywhere between like a 5 and standard's usually about 12 or 13. From the average to the fastest is about 30 seconds. So you can lose a good chunk of time just trying to set up the manipulation. Obviously the fastest thing is to do is just YOLO it. My average encounter in the burning house is 5. So setting up the manipulation, even if it takes 15 doors, is still faster than a 5, just YOLOing it for a 5 encounter. Obviously you can grind for that perfect run where you don't run into any of them, but it's very, very unlikely that you'll just hit that magic frame. The most annoying thing about dodging the fireballs is they don't have a movement animation like the soldiers at Kefka Narsh do or the wolves at the very beginning of the game. So you don't know which direction they're moving at, so you can't safely pass them. Once again, like you can just throw all caution to the wind and hope for the best, but Night Necra. So here Shadow gets kicked out of the party. We learn that the villages here are descendants of the War of the Magi. War of the Magi happened 1,000 years before the game happened, where people infused with magical powers fought against Espers, and it almost brought the world to destruction. So they're like, hey, there's a lot of magic powers in the mountains over there to the west. Why don't we go check them out? So we put Strago as the party leader just to kind of manipulate the turn order for the next fight. Like this game, you're battling a lot of RNG for 5 hours, for like one specific spot to kill you. Especially this kind of early is okay. Like Floating Continent has anywhere between a 20-second to a minute-and-a-half time swing. There is a RNG dependent coming up with one of the enemies, Narapa. If you get a quick kill, you save 20 seconds. There's a lot of time variance in this run. So like, there's one spot you could lose 40 seconds, but if the next 3 splits cooperate, you could be ahead by a minute and a half. Like bosses in World of Ruin, Tentacles, you can have a greatly varied time swing. The best fight's a minute, the worst fight's like 2.5. Sid Fishing, if you drop the manipulation, usually that's a run over. I'll get more into that when we get to it. Speaking of that, I probably should have practiced the fish manipulation. You can't walk in diagonals, only cardinal directions. So we got the Flame Saber steel from Flame Eater, which is nice, that pads the bank account. This is one steel you're really dependent on. This saves you quite a bit of money in the World of Ruin. So, much like Ultros Gagai, he starts with 0 ATB, we start with full ATB. We're going to be abusing Terra's Morph ability for damage. Morph doubles her magic stat and halves the amount of magic damage she receives. So we've turned Terra's 68 magic stat into 136. Ultros 3 has 22,000 hit points. When you've dealt more than 10,000 or 12,000 damage, Realms queued to show up. So Sketch is level based like Steel. Sketch can miss, Rods don't miss. So we give Terra the running shoes. We're hopefully going to kill Ultros before he gets his first action. GG's Ultros. Alright, so we're looking very, very good on the steals. So the White Gape is one item we need to finish the game. You can buy it in Ikea in the World of Ruin. But it costs 5,000 GP, and coming up with money at that point in the run can be a little bit troublesome, depending on your money route. It's not uncommon to go grab it after the fact, but it still just kind of stings a little bit. Alright. We have officially made it into cutscene territory. There's probably about 12 minutes of cutscenes coming up. I think someone went through and counted it, and there's over 1,300 cutscenes that are playing throughout this whole 10-minute segment. No, traditional in early RPGs, leveling reducing the character's name to 1 saves frames. So in FF6, you get 2 characters per frames that's printed on screen. So by reducing Terra's name by 4 characters, we save 2 frames every time her name is printed. And since this is a very heavy text-based RPG, over the course of the run from all the characters, it does end up saving minutes. So here we got to the Esper Cave. We end up meeting Yura, the leader of this little ragtag. And he's like, "Hey, Terra, you seem different than the rest. Why don't you come back with us to town and we'll try to sort everything out." So we've completed our end of the bargain. We found the Espers. We're going to bring them back to the Empire. The good guy Empire. Because we want to have peace because they end up destroying their town. So, and for some unknown reason, Celis forgives Locke. Because plot demands it. So, game is over. I just overly inflated the estimate. Oh wait, what is this? Kefka, what are you doing here? So, shock, egads, Ermagerd. The Empire was just playing us for fools. So they have come to invade Thamasa, to torch the village to the ground, and steal all the wonderful Espers we just made friends with. And this is where we find out that the Empire really didn't want peace, they just wanted the Espers, and this was the best way to get them. So Kefka ends up just snatching up a couple. Leo, being the absolute tank he is, takes a fire beam to the face. There's a little game we play in my chat. Pick a number between 0 and 3. Kefka ends up fighting Ifrit's brother. And the number you pick is correspondent to how many times the spells will hit. You don't gain anything, but it is a fun little game to play. So this fight's pretty much scripted. 5 attacks, Kefka's dead. You can do 2 attacks, 2 Thunder Rods to save an attacking round, but I'll hold on to the Thunder Rods just in case the Floating Continent decides to be mean. So, if we keep Bannon in the front row, Leo will be in the front row for this fight. Bannon and Leo both share the same guest character slot. So if we would have put Bannon in the back row before going to Arbus's house, we would just either A, have to front row Leo here, or just use shocks multiple times. How do you revive Leo? Make a save at some random point in the World of Balance and then die in the World of Ruin. You could probably glitch it with the airship glitch or something like that, but I'm not too familiar with the heavy glitches in the game. So unfortunately, Leo meets his demise. He gets stabbed in the back by the lovable jokester. So the Espers ended up breaking out of their realm because they sensed their They realize their friends are being attacked and they want to come to the rescue. Doesn't that crazy glitch? If you have Leo, not really. Not from what I've seen of it. Sketch when? When I get sub 340 and no sketch. I need to shave that 9 seconds off. I don't know. I might say screw the 9 seconds. I haven't really decided what I want to do with that category. This game's pretty kosher with a lot of the glitches that go on. It has like a couple of main plot points that it wants you to hold on to, but besides that, it's pretty loosey-goosey with the rules. So the Espers start rushing to Famasa to try to save their friends, and they're really just walking to their own doom. So Kefka ends up nullifying all the magic, which ends up destroying the 3 nuclear-powered M-Tech armors. That 9 seconds isn't going to shave itself off, but someone else can do it. If you look on YouTube, 26Angelo26 or Elite Gaming Corp has very good in-depth videos. 1, 2, 3. Whoever guessed 3, congratulations. You're the winner of an arbitrary point on an artificial leaderboard. Thank you for playing. We'll see you next time. So if you save at a certain point in the World of Balance, play all the way to the World of Ruin and die, the game will revert you back to your save in the World of Balance, and it throws General Leo into your party. I think it overwrites Banon's slot with Leo, because you've already progressed the point where you'll never control Banon again. So you're pretty much just tricking the game from my understanding of it. My understanding of it is very, very limited, because it doesn't seem like something I would do, because you're effectively playing the game for 3 or 4 hours just to revert back your save state. So Kefka has I believe it's pretty close to a 70% block chance. So seeing 3 attacks get off is pretty rare. Go for it, Loot. Go for it, mysterious dude. It'd be nice. It's nice to see Glitchless getting a lot of love. We got a lot of new runners recently. Lion Musashi, who's in chat, Barnax Jr., Pitakuru 93 is another new runner. I believe Beto Chaos is learning no sketch. It's nice to see the FF6 community expanding by quite a bit. Yo, Farrell, thank you for the good luck. So here, we're just like, alright, all-out attack. Time to go against the Empire. We'll save the Espers that just got sacrificed. Realm is insisting to come with us, because why not? Realm sketch on its own isn't considered a glitch. Vanish Doom is only considered a glitch if you use it to bypass a death resistance. Joker Doom isn't a glitch, but it's banned from this category just to make it different than every other. Retort glitch is banned. Sequence breaking, like phasing through soldiers, is counted as a glitch and banned. Using Nightshade. Coordinate storing, map warping, bringing over timers, any timer of sorts like the Jador timer and Tizen timers are banned. Those are glitches. So, like, in the instance of the Jador timer, basically, the 3 doors when you go into the Ozer's basement in the World of Ruin, they're on a global timer that activate every 2.5 seconds. So normally you're not supposed to take that timer out of that room, but if you do very, very precise movements, you can take that timer out into the world and it really ends up breaking the game. I'm pretty sure I'll have time to show it off at the end of the run, because at the moment we're looking pretty good for time. If you go to ff6speedruns.com and look under the Glitchless header, there's a very good outline, but a lot of it is just stuff you wouldn't encounter in a normal play. So even though Terra has looked super ultra beefy, she's just at that magic point where if she's 1 magic lower, you can't reliably kill the Sky Armors, or the Spitfires, sorry. And we put Celis and Terra in slots 2 and 4 in case we get hit with the propeller. It won't one-shot us because, once again, taking damage from the back is double damage. And if Ed ends up taking a dirt nap, we're really not too worried about it. So the retort glitch is if you end up killing Cyan, bringing him back to life, triggering retort. The retort will counterattack. The retort will trigger on any action you do. And retort is a very, very powerful magic attack. The glitched runs like Sketch and No Sketch will use it against Dataluma. Retort will do about 1,000 damage to Dataluma, where the highest damage we got besides that is Sabin's Orbital that does about 500. You can also use the retort glitch to break AI scripts in the terms of the piranhas at Ripazaz. You can completely break the AI script so Rizopaz is never flagged to spawn. You can also use it to skip enemy death animations. So that's one of the reasons why it's banned. So things like, in lock scenario for instance, you can skip grabbing Celis by opening up the menu at a very specific point, and the game will let you walk through an NPC. So by doing that, you can completely skip grabbing Celis and doing really much of anything in lock scenario. Nightshade is a rage that bypasses instant death immunities from my understanding, or can be used under that circumstance. Vanish Doom is only banned if you're using it to bypass a death immunity. So basically, by casting Vanish on an enemy, you're making it weak to Doom when it normally shouldn't be. And then with the timers, you're just taking them out into the world where the game doesn't expect it. We can't call Ramuh... So Ramuh cost 25 magic to cast. There's 6 fights here, which means Terra needs 150 magic. Because of the leveling up we did, she has about 160. So we can cast it once per fight. But it works out nicely where the amount of magic points we have is also correspondent to how many battles we have. It draws 2 characters per frame. So here we meet Ultros in the sky. Once we've dealt a certain amount of damage, I never remember, he calls Chupon. So once we dealt 10,000 damage to Chupon, he ends up sneezing us off. Ed being dead here is nice. It gives Celis extra experience, and it also... we also get to encounter 1 less sneeze animation. And then a single target Thunder Rod to the body. Ends up just taking out the Air Force. So Celis learned Bio. That's the one spell we want her to learn for the floating continent. Only really for 2 battles, but it pays off in scores. So now the very, very tricky part. To try to get Phantom off. So I'm hoping this will last to our chest. Crap. Crud on a stick. Thunder Rods only attack one side of the screen. So like in a pincer attack, it won't attack all enemies, where summons will. So that's another reason to use Ramuh, just because it's a full screen attack instead of a single side attack. Alright, let's try this again. So the enemy in this chest is Gigantos. He's worth 7,500 experience to 1 character, and this is where Celis is. This is where we're really going to start beefing up Celis. Because in the world of Ruin, we really don't care about Terra. So everyone is averaged off of Celis's level. So this fight alone is worth 3 levels. Which will get Celis from level 15 to 18, and then we just need to take a couple of extra encounters to get her to level 19. It just makes World of Ruin a little bit easier. So with the stepper out on the floating continent, we know where we're going to get encounters, but we don't know what those encounters will be. The game picks from a pack of 4 random encounters. and then it spits one out depending on what frame you're at. So the ninjas are an unrunnable encounter, which generally can create a lot of headache if they get their skein attacks off. It is extremely rare that Edgar will survive through 2 of their attacks. And we need Edgar to learn Doom by the time we jump off this rock. So generally you have 4 Thunder Rods to use in this area. I did buy a little bit of extra, but I'd rather not dip into that pool if I don't have to. Ken has less single encounters. Ken has less single encounters. These game? Oh, hey. I'll take this. So Celis should get level 19 off of this. Yep. So, because of the Zone Seek, Celis is up 8 magic. Which, once again, like Terra, is a very, very big boost in damage. No. Bad. So, Atma Weapon. Big scary boss, amazing music. So the first Thunder Rod we're gonna throw is just gonna put him barely before his AI face change. And then we're gonna cast slow on him, and hopefully we're gonna just end up outright murdering him before he gets his next turn. So we do Runic in case he casts Flare as his first attack. So here we're just abusing Terra's double magic stat. And 2 Morphed Rods takes him down pretty easy. So it was important we get Celis to level 19 before triggering this cutscene because the enemies coming up don't grant experience. You can do World of Ruin at level 18. It doesn't really change much of the strats. We got 2 ninjas, Kevin. Still very, very tame floating continent. Kinda sucks I had to spawn that extra encounter, but... So here we made it to the 3 statues of the magic, the Warring Triad. So the lore is they're put in a very specific spot to nullify each other's power, because if they were to move, it would throw the world out of balance. which unfortunately is going to happen. So something interesting, the World of Ruin was actually an afterthought for this game. The World of Ruin only came about because the developers were ahead of schedule when it came to this game. So normally, I'm guessing a lot of areas like Daryl's Tomb, probably Hidden's Rock, Fanatic's Tower, was all supposed to be in the World of Balance. It's one of the reasons why the World of Ruin feels so fragmented after you get the airship, and it just ends up being a bunch of like small side quests. But to me, like the world kind of going downhill after this is what made this game very memorable for me as a child, and probably very others. What's my worst ninja number? 5. So if you're perfectly on step route, the first 4 encounters can't be a ninja. But every encounter past that can. There's 9 encounters on the floating continent. So you can go 5 for 9, which is the maximum amount of ninjas you can face in this area. But you just ends up eating your Thunder Rod stock, which really hurts. Back in the day, Pixel Art has a very, very good article they translated from like the Japanese developers years ago. So here Gashel tries to kill Kefka, but it doesn't work because Kefka's in the magical field of the statue, so it just absorbs any magic that's thrown its way. And then for some reason, the Warring Triad ends up listening to this little joker. For whatever reason. Run, run, or you'll be well done. Bullseye. So here Kefka's just disturbing the very delicate balance. I really think Shadow's to be to blame though. He's the one that ultimately throws everything out of whack. I agree, Dr. Amin. World of Ruin has a lot more impact to it when Sid kicks the bucket. It really sets the tone for like the whole landscape. To go even further and beyond. Nice crit. So our main goal, it's not a goal, but it's nice to happen. When Edgar finishes learning Doom, he needs to learn Doom by the time we get off this rock. Celis learning Ice 2 is just kind of a nice bonus. It's not really needed, but it's always nice when it happens. thought Ed would have learned Doom by now. We don't get Condemn Skip. So if you get the ATB of the gods, you can skip this whole Condemn animation. It ends up saving you 20 seconds. There we go. I didn't think there was just going to be this many steps. I want to force an encounter to start World of Ruin with very little threat as possible. We jump because Shadow's a slob. And that's it for the World of Balance. This is what Shadow gets for hiding behind the rock and not meeting with us quickly. And much like the land tax taking away the land, if you don't pay the gravity tax, the gravity brings the land back. So unfortunately, we lose the airship. Everyone gets separated, thrown off to separate pieces of the world. And on that day, the world remembered. The North remembered. Also, rip Shadow. So funny enough, if Shadow dies on the floating continent, you actually lose the ability to give Go-Go throw. Not that we would use it in the speedrun, but it's something I'd never really picked up until LCC told me about. And I was like, oh, you really do lose it for whatever reason. I guess it's just you can't mimic an ability of someone that's dead. We could have saved the doggo. Airship's half off. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, the world of the floating continent was intended to be the final dungeon. Poexel had a couple of theories on it where FF5 you would only encounter ninjas in the final dungeon, so he always thought it was like a throwback to that. Who's my favorite character? Umaro. Followed up by Terra. There was something about the green hair waifus for child Dyne. Rydia, Terra. Or sorry, adult Rydia before chat gets angry. So here I'm going to be trying to do a manipulation to save, to give myself 4 good fishing cycles. Sid starts at 120 hit points. At 256 he's healed. If fishing takes longer than 3 minutes and 46 seconds, it's faster to kill Sid. In the speedrun, if you get the fish manipulation, it takes about a minute to save him. For Questing for Glory, I made a kill Sid manipulation, because it was one of the bid wars. It takes 4 cycles to save Sid, and it takes 3 cycles to kill him. So even if you're taking that out, not including the minute 46 cutscene that happens, it's still just, it's not even that much slower to save him. All right. Nice. Very nice. So when you talk Sid, so by resetting, we put the NPC at a known value again. Every time you talk to Sid, either in the bed or from the left side, like I was doing, you're advancing the NPC movement by 4. So what this involves, every runner has a different fish manipulation, which always makes this very interesting to watch. So basically you have to play pretty close to frame perfect for about a minute. Because if a fish or the seagull moves a different direction, it's incrementing the NPC value, which will give you different fish. The good thing about the manipulation is it also dictates how the fish will move, up to a certain extent. So it's kind of the old additive is, if you play the same way, you'll always get the same results. Some runners will have backups built in. So for like the third cycle, if I miss the bottom of the fish and I only grab the right one, I wait for him to go 3 tiles to the left, and then I'll talk to Sid 6 times. And that will put me back on another favorable NPC value. There's no real benefits to saving Sid. You can go back and visit him, and he's kind of like, oh, hey, Celis, thanks for swinging by. I hope everything's okay. And that's really about it. So Sabin's in that town to the left. We're not going to recruit him. If we were to recruit Sabin now, he would be at level 21, average party level +2. We're going to recruit him much, much later on. Sabin just doesn't add anything to the battles coming up. If anything, he ends up being a hindrance for some of them. So Celis, even though we've grinded her just a couple of magic points, that and the magic boosting equipment is going to be more than enough for the 2 bosses coming up. I like to ride my chocobo. We're going to IKEA to meet Gerard. He is just a really dusty Ed, the king of Figaro, who we thought was a friend. Now, in this new world, he wants nothing to do with us, 'cause Setzer lost his airship trying to save us all. Now he made friends with dirty bandits, and he wants to get back his castle in the sand. I like to ride my chocobo. We're here at IKEA. Let's do some shopping. Fire Dance is a very, very weak blitz. It has the lowest spell multiplier out of all of them. Sneak ring. So what I'm paying attention to in that shop, thankfully it just ended up nicely where I didn't have to sell anything extra. We don't want the first digit of our gold to be divisible by our level. Thankfully with 19, the only number we have to worry about is 1. This will come into play during the Dullahan fight. So something I haven't talked about because it's not really relevant to this point. Physical evasion doesn't work in this game. You can thank Cyan's retort ability for that. So every attack is governed by magic evasion. So the enhancer swords we picked up grant +7 to magic, but also 20 to magic evasion. The bard's hat we picked up also grants magic evasion as well. So the main goal for the end game is to stack as much magic evasion on characters as we can. If your magic evasion is over 128, you will block every blockable ability, whether it's physical or magical. We don't get that close. Edgar will be at 121. Enhancer is the best sword because of magic and magic evasion. 20% to magic evasion is a pretty good block chance increase. The general formula is double magic evasion +1. And then you multiply that by the hit rate. A lot of hit rate's about 150. But like the +7 to magic is always definitely a good boost as well. So now that we're in the World of Ruin, we're on a very, very strict step route. We would like to not overstep at all. Just for the grind purpose. If we do, we end up taking an extra encounter, which isn't the end of the world. So in the World of Balance, Terra got +12 magic from her equipment. In the World of Ruin, Celis will get +17. And it's that extra 5 magic we get that makes her quite a bit more useful. Especially at this low of a level, because the game expects you to be about level 30. You get a very, very sizable hit point per level increase around your mid-20s, and it gets larger in your 30s and your 40s. We'll especially notice that a lot with Celis's hit points before and after the grind. So that first encounter we had with the Harvester is by far the scariest encounter probably in the World of Ruin. If you end up getting mad-sickled, you can end up either A, just getting physical down, or just destroyed by magic. Since we reset Dr. Amin, we're back on step route. But it has more... It doesn't have really more consequences. Like, you can still finish runs without it. You can still get a very, very good time without it. Please don't kill me. But it's definitely nice for the Celis grind, especially with that fight because everything is so tightly routed around magic stat. So we gave Celis the running shoes and then the hero ring. Hero ring is just for the magic boost. The tentacles can't grab you unless you have the slow status. Since we're going to get a permanent haste bonus from the running shoe, Celis will never be grabbed by the tentacles. So this is the only fight in my route that Doom needs to be learned if you have the Thunder Rods to back it. Doom has a 70% chance to hit. If you get it first try, parades happen. If they don't happen, this fight can go downhill very quickly. That bottom left tentacle will cast Bio on his first turn. Oh, my apologies, Doctor. I missed it. So that's the tentacle fight. 3 ice rods and a drill and a doom cast pretty much takes care of everything. So as you can see in that fight, like, Sabin really wouldn't have helped out. Celis is going to be doing the large amount of damage. So you can grab these items earlier. We want Edgar to equip a very, very specific set. When Edgar gets thrown into the tentacle fight, he kind of just staples whatever's in your inventory onto his body. And we want to make sure that he equips the Bard's Hat instead of the Crystal Helmet. Because the Bard's Hat gives him 10% magic evasion. So it just gives him that slightly higher block chance, just in case something goes wrong. So now we're off to Colhegian to meet a good buddy of ours, Setzer. We're going to kick him in the butt, get him out of his slump, and he's going to remember, like, oh yeah, there's another airship we can use. Too bad I infested it with a bunch of monsters. So in the World of Ruin, we don't have to worry about no encounter tiles. Overworld movement is pretty much just whatever the optimal amount of steps is from point A to point B. So we will be just going through Daryl's tomb. There is one item we're going to be going out of our way to pick up, and thankfully it's not too far off the beaten path. It's the experience egg. The experience egg doubles the amount of experience a character would get at the end of the battle, and it's what really helps speed up the Celis grind. The Celis grind on its own is only a 12 fight grind, which goes by in about 7 minutes. Oh, hey, nice pincer. How are you guys doing? Good, good, that's good. We could go to the Coliseum and... oh, wait! It's what Shadow wanted. For Shadow, no, yeah, you have to go to Vel, but thankfully you don't have to recruit Gao, you can just go into the cave. It's just ATB rolls. Celis with haste has a quite good speed stat. Save just in case Celis gets critted to death. Thanks, game. So Ed'll stay a zombie for a little bit. So we had to go through and activate those switches just to open up the path to Dataluma. This tomb is pretty much like one pretty big maze. It's kind of straightforward in a sense, but it can cause a bunch of headaches if you're not really paying attention. So the main eater is grabbed because it gives magic evasion. And this is where Celis is going to need the 50% magic boost. So Dullahan has a lot of scary attacks, especially if he ends up using ice abilities. So what we're going to do is we're going to cast Phantom here to set us up for the grind. Because Setzer has Wall, Dullahan's first turn will be used with casting Reflect ? Which will dispel the wall, which makes it easier because we do want him to bite the bullet pretty quick. And because Ed got off that that fire rod, we end up putting him into a HP threshold where he casts a very weak cure spell on himself. And that's Dullahan. So we give Bismarck to Setzer. Just so he learns Fire, which is useful for the Doom fight. If he ends up casting Northern Cross quite a bit, at least we have some way to remove the frozen status from Mog. And here we get a little bit of flashback between Setzer and Daryl. Daryl was Setzer's lady friend that had the fastest airship in the world. It ended up crashing. So Setzer ended up burying it in the tomb. And he just realized now, after being in a year of the World of Ruin, that, hey, we can maybe use this thing. So if you have anything you want to do, if you want to go pop some popcorn, want to go walk around, you're sick of hearing my voice, either or, now's a good time to do it. We're going to be doing the Celis grind segment. So we got Celis 4 levels under Zone Seek on the floating continent. We're going to be grinding her 23 levels in the forest outside of Miranda. we stop at level 42 because that's when Celis learns Ice 3 naturally. And Ice 3 is basically the only spell we really need to learn just to go and finish off the rest of the game. So with Celis's high magic, Celis will be sitting somewhere around the mid 110s, or like 107 for magic, but she still needs double earrings to hit max damage. What this does is this also increases the average party level by quite a bit. So it'll increase it from 19 to 26, which doesn't sound like a lot, but Mog will join at level 31 because he's average party level plus 5. And it also gives Sabin and Gogo a very healthy hit point increase, which is needed for the goddess fight. So a lot of the enemies in this forest use a lot of physicals, which is why we wanted the clear status on Celis and Edgar. So we only need Edgar to do chip damage. Celis doesn't quite have the magic stat to one-shot these guys, but after this fight she will. So the Reach Frogs, we're going to be fighting 6 Reach Frogs and 6 Mantidillas. The Reach Frogs give 12,000 experience with the experience egg, but they also give 10,000 GP. The only rods we can buy in the World of Ruin are Pearl Rods, and they're 12,000 each, and we need 6 of them. So this grind is kind of laid out where we need a good chunk of money, but also a good chunk of experience. So we buy in the Tau Robe for Gogo. This will give him some good magic evasion. So a large chunk of this now is just throwing ice rods to the end of eternity. Because I don't have the back guard, there is a 1 in 60 chance that this encounter will be a pincer. If that happens, you just lose a bunch of time and you have to throw a second ice rod, which makes fights a little wonkier down the road, but... So much like with the Terra grind, when you're throwing 12,000 to 18,000 experience into a character, they gain levels quite quickly. Alright, Shu, Iglaria, have a good night. FF6 does have funnel experience. So these fights are worth 6,400 for one character, 3,200 for two characters, and some number for three characters. I can't do that much math. So having Celis solo means you're just doubling a larger amount of experience. So these Mantadillas give 9,200, or with the experience egg, they give 18,000. I didn't want to do that. That was a misstep. So we're out of rods, so we need the 25% boost from spells to just finish off these last couple of encounters. Bad RNG. I blame RNG for that misstep. It totally wasn't me. So I might have to take an extra fight or two, depending on where my experience has landed. Alright, one more encounter. Good thing is I'm sweet on money. Oh yeah, I'm super sweet on money now. So Celis is level 42, so we can now go complete the rest of the game. We recruit Mog first because he doesn't dilute the average party level as much as everyone else. He also has access to the Moogle Charm, which is better than... What's better than reducing threat by 50%? Reducing it by 100%. So while the Moogle Charm is equipped, we can no longer get into random encounters. Which makes one leg out of the Kefka's Tower in Gogo's Cave very quick. You can revive Ed and Setzer for safety, but it's kind of not needed. Celis with the running shoes and the clear status makes this pretty safe. As I say this, I'm probably going to die to a death tomb from one of the wizards. Nice. Didn't get into an encounter. So we won't be renaming Mog or Gogo. Mog has a glitch in his dialog box where it will always say his default name the first time. And after that, Mog just really doesn't speak much. Same thing with Gogo. Gogo, I think, only has the beginning lines shortly after you name him, and then maybe once during Kefka, and that's really about it. Remember the Moogle Charm. So we have 4 characters. Now we're finally going to go recruit Sabin. We recruit Sabin first because we want to be able to have the option to party swap before we go get Gogo, just because of Zone Eater. So Sabin's holding up the house. The first thing we're going to do is start looting it. Pearl Rod is something we greatly need for the end game. I can probably skip the Hyper Wrist, but whatever. The kid we just throw in the bag with all the other items. Hopefully he doesn't break that Pearl Rod. Because that would be bad news if he did. Fire in the hole! So now we're just going to make a party with Mog and Sabin. We need Sabin in the party to learn Bum Rush from his master Duncan or Good Bannon. Bum Rush is a magic-based blitz that ignores the enemy's magic defense. So even though our characters are quite low, they'll still end up doing fairly good damage. For the couple of times we need it. So Duncan and Sabin are just going to talk with their fists for a little bit. Before we head off to the Triangle Island. Proud of myself, I remembered to grab Bum Rush now instead of when it's too late. Once again, for everyone that's joined in, the game doesn't recognize diagonal inputs. So for Bum Rush, you're supposed to do a full circle. But it works better if you just do like left, left, up, up, right, right, down, down, left. You'll nail it 100% of the time. Unless you mess up one of those inputs. Basically just replace a diagonal input with a cardinal direction. You can do this for any blitz. It kind of sucks that the game lies to you with the blitzes, but I have never forgotten Bum Rush. Never once in a run has I gotten to Kefka's Tower and realized something was wrong. So I do a save and reset here to put us on a favorable encounter seed for Kefka's Tower. This sub-route is very, very good for Kefka's Tower. There's enemies called GT Behemoths and Land Movers. If you get them, they're unrunnable encounters. So the reset helps us avoid all of that nonsense. And here I'm just sorting out the inventory while I have the chance to. It's the only time in the run we'll use the battle speed active, just so we can sort out our inventory in case Zone Eater decides to do a bunch of demis. It happened once in a run, but I lost 2.5 minutes to just him casting demi over and over and over again. Considering I can't walk in a forest correctly, I don't trust myself here. So if you're under the platform that drops 8 frames before the animation shows up for it, the game considers it a crush kill. It's kind of one of those things where your collision box doesn't really move until a certain point. So even though Sabin got top Bum Rush, Gogo is going to make much better use of it. Just because Gogo can equip better magic boosting equipment. So Sabin's very limited. The red jacket gives him +1, and the circlet gives him +4. Where Gogo is going to get +5 from the Tau Robe and then +2 from the Mithril Rod. Gogo just has a higher natural magic stat as well. Grab the Thunder Shield, which is very important. Okay, so we want sprint, earrings, are running. Magic item. Now we're doing the final shop of the game. We're going to buy Circlet and Diamond Vest, 2 very good pieces of equipment for Kefka's Tower. And away we go. This isn't a gold split, so I know I didn't forget anything. So we're getting close to the final stretch of the game. We just infiltrated Kefka's Tower. Kefka's Tower has a lot of very, very good equipment. The Minerva, which is coming up, nullifies a lot of magic. It's probably one of the most useful pieces of equipment for either Terra or Celis. It has the Force Shield, Force Armor. Nice. Nice. Dang it. Go, go. Yeah, it can brick the save, not your cart. But then again, also saving with the wrong windows will also brick your save. Due to improper CRC check. Oops. I didn't want to cast slow. Get me out of here, please. Well, I mean, there's a pretty big difference between bricking your cart and bricking your save slot. No, your cart's fine in the stacks. It doesn't damage your cart at all. It's not like the level 0 glitch for Lufia. You just end up losing your save. You end up losing that save file. If you have the improper values for the game. So Inferno has 30,800 hit points. So we're using Drill just to kind of just give us that little bit of extra damage. Inferno on his third turn will use Delta Hit, which will petrify whatever party member it hits. Oh, nice. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, so like what kind of menu windows you have, write certain values into the RAM. Academy, one of the testers for the game, has a video on his YouTube about it, where if you just continually save over and over and over again, you can create a wrong checksum check, which ends up just the cartridge ends up deleting your save file because the values don't line up and it doesn't know what to do with it. I gotta remember, Edgar's on Mega Elixir. I don't want to toss that by mistake. So at the moment, Edgar has probably about a 19% chance to block any attack coming his way. So him dying to Inferno was very, very unlucky, but there's also worse things that can happen much later in the game. For lulz, I'll grab the fixed dice, even though I really don't plan on using them. So with Mog, it's always a nice, peaceful walk. You don't have to worry about encounters, you just beeline it from point A to point B. So you have to push these weights down on certain areas. So we position our characters where Mog and Setzer will take care of Doom, Sabin and Gogo will take care of Goddess, and then the main party will take care of Guardian and Poltergeist. One nice thing with the reset before Zone Eater is, since you haven't seen an encounter, Celis and Edgar's memory cursor is still intact, so you don't have to go shuffling around for spells. So Guardian has 60,000 hit points. We're going to be having Edgar cast Slow on him, just to slow down his ATB. We really don't want Guardian to hit Ultros phase. Tentacle hits very, very hard. It'll probably kill Ed, and if Celis has taken damage, it might do some work to her. So Guardian has, I think it's a 33% counterattack chance every time you hit him. So Edgar's drill is just kind of rounding out the damage at this point, in case we don't get any maxed rolls. Ultros couldn't push. It took Ultros 5 minutes. Mog did it in 6 seconds. So I think the next one coming up should be the last one. He hasn't really done a lot of counterattacks. I'm a little nervous. You can kill it with Joker Doom. I know you can do that, I believe, in the GBA version, which always kind of made me laugh. You can vanish Doom. Yeah, that was an oddly tame Guardian. I'll take it though. He went out for a smoke break. So here, if Ed ends up biting the biscuit, it really doesn't matter. The only thing that can harm Celis is physical abilities. throw an elixir on her just for poops and giggles. So the Minerva nullifies fire, ice, thunder, and I think wind, and halves the other 4 elements. So none of the spells Poltergeist will do will cause us any damage. The Force Shield is given just to increase the magic evasion. Yeah, Shoat teaches... You get Shoat in the Magitech Research Facility, and it's taught at a ×2 speed. We learn Doom on Edgar before jumping off the floating continent. So really, you can grind anywhere for the 50 magic points to get Doom. And then Phantom casts Vanish, or teaches Vanish at ×5. Alright, so that was one god of magic. Surprisingly enough, Poltergeist is weak to stop. The old character in Esper's route uses that, which is quite funny that a god of magic can be stopped like that. I am Canadian. So Doom is the source of many, many headaches. Our only source of damage is Pearl Rods. Thankfully, Mog has a very sizable magic stat where we can deal max damage with them. After we've dealt 40,000 damage, he'll power himself up and he'll use an ability called Force Field. Force Field nullifies one of the 8 elements, and if we happen to nullify Pearl, it's just a reset. There's nothing you can do, because he's basically gotten rid of your only source of damage. So Setzer, this is the one fight Setzer's learned Fire for, in case he casts Northern Cross and ends up freezing Mog. We have a way to get rid of it. If Setzer gets frozen, however, we just kind of sit there in this awkward silence. Kefka's Tower must have grinded Shoat for this. Alright, what do we got? Ice. We can work with this. Good guy, Doom. Ta-da! 2 statues down, 1 to go. So Goddess's turn 3 is a coin flip. She has a 66% chance to cast Quasar, which does suffer from split damage. So if Sabin is alive when Quasar happens, Quasar's highest damage roll is 1,383. So which means Gogo will live with 5 hit points. Seeing Quasar does set you up very nicely for the first tier. It's not needed, and it can also be very scary if it's followed up by Flash Rain. So Gogo has the Thunder Rod just for this reason. Goddess likes to counter with Bolt too, and we want to try to keep Gogo at as high hit points as possible. So Sabin with the Force Shield takes half damage. So him having that is very, very important. Just, we want to keep him alive at all cost. Very tame Goddess. Actually, very tame, all the Warring Triad. Alright, so we've defeated the 3 statues. Now that the only thing that is in our way is good old Kefka, Sephiroth's father. So this is where the True Knight comes into play, the relic we got at the very, very beginning of the game in the Returner's hideout. What the True Knight does is it turns basically any character into like the Paladin or Knight class from Final Fantasy 4/5. When any character is in critical health, Edgar will block for them. So we threw the white cape on him to boost his magic evasion, so he's at 121 out of 128. This gives him a 8% chance to get hit. So the main goal is to get Gogo and Sabin into critical health, so Edgar will defend for them. The way the tier fight's set up is if anyone dies when the enemy dies and you transcend to the second floor, it will remove any character that's dead and bring in someone else. Since Mog and Setzer can't do damage, we really want to keep Gogo, Sabin, Celis, and then Edgar to block everyone. I didn't do Gearless Goddess. Dang it! I can't reset, I already lost the save. So the tier fights are probably one of the most, or is probably the most random fight out of them all. Just because some of them have 2 parts, 3 parts, 4 parts. Each of them have a very assortment of skills they can use. Tier 3 is by far is what trips up a lot of runners because you're looking to get a very, very tight ATB window for damage. So on tier 3, Rest has 40,000 hit points, and when you drop him below 12,000, he'll counterattack any attack with 33% chance for Meteo, which is a physical-based ability that does damage, 33% Train, which will cause blindness and mute, and 33% chance to do nothing. On top of it, every one of his turns he'll cast Meteo, and when you kill him, he'll use a physical ability called Calmness, which is instant death. So we want to have the clear status when we deliver the final blow, so we don't lose anyone from the transition from tier 3 to tier 4. It's behind the sofa. And we get a random Terra showing up just because. I don't think that was against the right person. Oh, it was. Nice. Oh, my Lanta. Back row. Tier 1 hits like a truck. So you do want to be careful. Reverse polarity is really bad just because of the extra damage you take. Hey, thank you. Alright, first tier done. Alright, Sabin getting imped isn't a bad thing at all. Actually, no. I'm gonna have Go-Go remove that later on. Sabin's not really important at the moment. Ed. Don't get hit. So how many of these will Ed block? So each one of these attacks have an 8% chance to hit. Or at least hit Edgar. Celis is a different story. Alright, Celis didn't get hit with Dispel, that's good. Alright, we're set up not the best going into tier 3, but everyone should be blocked by Edgar. The big thing you gotta worry about is Murton. Murton will kill Edgar just because he doesn't have any resistance to wind or fire. Thunder Shield grants Go-Go immunity because Thunder Shield nullifies wind. And then the Red Jacket does it for Sabin. So are we gonna get left side? Nope. So 6,000. Not this spell, that spell. 11,000. Nice. We're fine, Wilford. So the good thing about Mimic is it will also mimic the same target. Oh, this is bad. I don't know if he's in his HP threshold or not. I don't know if that Murton pushed him over. Nope. We're good. We're okay. Alright. Messy tier 3 at the start with the bum rushes. We had to be close to that HP threshold with Murton. Numbers, how do they work? Yeah, bare. I probably had a couple of 100 hit point leeway. I'm gonna play this safe. I'm gonna have Ed throw an elixir on Celis. Alright, it's a little bit slow there. So now we're just gonna wait for the head to show up. While the head's out, he can't do any counterattacks. So you skip a lot of his scary phases. And this should be it. Charge! We've killed him like 3 times, Orion. He just keeps coming back. He just really wants to be in the spotlight. That was a very, very clean tier 4. I am very, very happy with this time, with all those silly mistakes. Thank you, everyone, for the GGs. So, we do have some time to fill. I am greatly underestimate. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to let the character introduction exits fill out, and then I'm going to show you, I'm going to do a small glitch showcase. So we'll watch the exit with all the different characters, and then I'll show you like the retort glitch, coordinate storing, fake characters, things like that. With this run, Tomo, I didn't have any deaths. This run went incredibly smooth. A death to tier 3 cost 10 minutes. A death to the cranes cost 4 or 5 minutes. A death on floating continent cost 6 minutes. There's a lot of like just chunks of time that you can lose, and there's really nothing you can do about it. If Doom picks Pearl immunity, you lose 5 minutes. If you die to Goddess, it's 4 minutes. So like I like to put my estimate for worst case scenario, because it's better to be under than over, in my opinion. We're not going to watch the whole ending, Nardi. We're just going to watch the character part, and then I'll show off a couple of glitches and round it out to when the next run's supposed to start. Oh, Buffalax. You caught the beginning and the end. So like this has been a very, very kind marathon run. I didn't wipe to Ifrit, I didn't wipe to Cranes. Floating Continent was still very kind. This is only 8.5 minutes off of PB, which for a run this big with all the marathon safety, I'll take any day of the week. This was a very, very clean, very nice run. So I'll just get my documents open for the glitches, because I don't think I remember any of them. Here we go. I think I have emulation saves. So we do have quite a bit of time to kill. I don't have that many glitches to show up. Thank you everyone for the GGs. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The commentary kind of died off near the end, but just a little bit more focus was needed. It's also really, really early, and I've been awake for a very, very long time. Mog, as Mog. Mog and Gogo get the appropriate credits. The commentary, a lot of it is just second nature at this point. I've been at this game for 17 months now, 18 months. A lot of it's second nature, but a lot of it, like, you can't have that divided attention. Oh no, thank you all for watching. It's always glad to show this game off to a new crowd. I've recently switched to a glitched category. I've been running any percent no sketch for the last little bit. I see both sides of the coin. It's very nice to have like the glitchless ending where you have the big battle, but it's also very nice in a glitched run where you know you're gonna finish the run no matter what. It being quite a bit shorter is also very nice as well, but nothing really pulls at like the routing strings like Glitchless. Glitchless, I spent a lot of time on trying to optimize the route a little bit more. Yeah, it was good. I was originally like, I don't know what it is. Every new runner, like 530 seems to be the goal where you quit the game, or where you quit this category, I should say. I don't know what it is, but for the 5 or 6 new runners we had, like 530 seems to be the goal where everyone just wants to stop running the game. And I was in that boat too when I first started. I was like, I'll get 530 and just never touch the game again. And then it just kind of sucked me in with the routing and being able to drop the time lower and lower. And it's been a fun adventure. I've learned a lot about the game. I've probably annoyed a couple of people in the community. It's a good thing I'll never hit 530. Not with an attitude like that, Buffalax. I'm starting to feel burnout on this game slightly. I don't even know if it's burnout or if it's the itch just to try it, just to play a different game. But like, learning how the glitches work really like remotivated me. Glitchless runs are definitely easier. I think it pulls also at the casual heartstrings because you get to experience the full game. Where, like, glitched runs, you're skipping large portions of the game, and I'm not very good at explaining them by any means. Niram, LCC, Lin, the Sabin, those guys can explain things infinitely better than I ever can. I kind of just regurgitate what they say in my own form. But Like, for a speedrunning view, the glitches are a lot of fun. But as a viewer, it's always nice to see the game in an entirety. Yeah, I've been putting in a lot of good shifts with the game. I blame LCC. I blame LCC for everything. If anyone is interested in learning this category or any other categories, feel free to join the Discord. There is a bunch of really, really helpful people, really knowledgeable people. Actually, I'm gonna cut the credits short now. Don't be afraid. Stuff will come back in a second. Alright, now that I got a second monitor again. Oh, thank you very much, Drowsy. Yo, Keat, how goes it? It's a lot more enjoyable running this in a marathon, because it's kind of like, if bad things happen, you're like, this is why I have a bloated estimate. Where, like with a PB run, this game gets very, very frustrating. Just give me one moment. I'm switching over. So since I'm horribly underestimate, I'm going to show off a couple of fun glitches from the glitch route. Just give me a moment. Don't yell at me. This is hard. Did we just stop capturing? Oh, there we go. Oh. Thank you very much, tech people. Sorry, I was going to do cropping via the stream. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show off the retort glitch. Where is save state? All right, here we go. So here we have Sabin with the True Knight. We have Cyan's equipment off. So for anyone that was watching the run a little while ago, we had to wait for an internal timer to tick down. But in this route, we don't have to worry about that. So what we're going to do is we're going to first off just kill Cyan. I can probably crop it a little bit better. Let me pull up the stream. I got an ad. All right, I'll do it after the ad. You're all good up to put up with it. So we kill off Cyan, and we're going to revive him. Now what this does is this does very, very weird things to his retort. So this script can also be broken very, very easily if this piranha gets an attack off beforehand. So what we're going to do is we're going to trigger a retort and then do a suplex. What happens is the game gets very, very unhappy when you hit with a physical and a magical ability and you completely break the story script. And it doesn't flag for Ripozzazz. That's one of the reasons why it's not allowed in a glitchless run, because you're breaking the necessary pointers for the game. There we go. Aha, there we go. No, this is just a glitch showcase at this point. Alright, everything is back as it should be. I mean, I can run a timer if you want. So, the second fight I'll show off is Dataluma. Actually, give me a moment. I need my notes. Because I don't know how to do this fight properly for the life of me. Alright. Dope. Alright, let's try this again. This time I'm going to actually restore hit points. Oh, not the save. Wait, is saving a big boy? He should have been okay. Oh. Yeah, that didn't work out so well. Hold on, where are my crops for this? Eight, 9, 8, 7. All right. I think this is better. I think this is worse, but you know what? This is what we're gonna stick with. All right. This is hard. So we triggered retort. Did it mess up again? I didn't touch anything. The delay is too strong. All right, hold on. Yep. I'm gonna kill the rest of my time with this. All right, hold on. I'm waiting for the stream to update. If this doesn't work, that's it. We're all stuck with skinny we're all stuck with skinny characters. All right. This looks good. I'm going to leave it, and we're all going to be happy, and we're not going to speak of this. So if we can get... So we can see Cyan's retort just doing massive amounts of damage. The thing is, the script is very, very easy to break. And that's the Dataluma fight with the retort glitch. Just does massive amounts of damage out of nowhere. Now for sequence breaking of sorts, in lock scenario, if I have a save state there. So at the beginning of lock scenario, with sprint shoes, you can phase through that soldier in the bottom right. By opening the menu at the right time, you can walk through them. So which means you can completely skip grabbing Celis. And because you don't name Celis, it basically means that you can just go with General Kutan. I don't know. I didn't touch the scaling. I don't know why it does this. I'm just gonna leave it as normal. Everyone's gonna have to deal with it. So there's one other thing I want to show off, and it's how we do the end of the game in a glitched state. Yeah. So we go to, in the glitched runs, we save Shadow to put Realm in Jador. So what happens is this gives us an instance for very, very strange things to happen. So the doors we're going to be encountering are on a timer, and you can hear them tick back and forth when we're in the room. So by doing very precise walking, you can now hear the door timer in this area. Alright, I messed that up. So which means you can take this timer out into the world. And it kind of does some really funny stuff with the game. So here we can see Emperor Gashel, and now Ultros, and now Ultros. We can see the letter by letter. So we call this Timer Chan. This is not the document I need. Actually, I got a Discord. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to Narsh, and we're going to warp back until the world of balance.
So now we went from the world of balance to the world of, or we went from the world of ruin to the world of balance. So what we're going to do is something called coordinate storage, where the game designers were very, very lazy and they used the same map ID for a lot of different places. So thankfully, a couple of the coordinates end up very quickly for Kefka's tower. So right now the game still thinks Kefka at Narsh is going on. So here we're just going to grab quote-unquote fake lock. So the game, we don't technically have lock with us. As long as we don't do a party swap, lock will stay with us for basically forever. And it's just another side effect of the timer. So what happens with coordinate storing is the timer is breaking the update chain for when the game tries to write the coordinates for that party member. So we stored coordinates for Edgar and Mog, which is going to come into play in the Phoenix Cave. Nope, you could do this in a new game file. This is actually how the no sketch route does it. So now we have to go, Gao is the 5th character we recruit. We just recruit him because it's easy and it's quick. Unfortunately, you are leaving it up to a big RNG part. Like, obviously, first try Gao is the best. Side attacks are no good. So we throw an echo screen to manipulate the slots RNG, which allows us to do Joker Doom the first try. Nice. Thank you, Habibs. So we've recruited Gao. Our next step is to go to Tizen and steal that timer. So with Jador Timer Chan and now Tizen Timer Chan, this is where the game really starts to get buggy. Oops, Tizen, not Jador. Pay attention. One, two, three. So we can skip the Tizen explosion by skipping over the event tile as soon as the door sound happens. So now we have the Tizen timer. And by using it, we can also escape. Well, we can try to escape. So I triggered it, it's no big deal. Okay. Oh, it's weapon shop. This part I'm a little rusty at. Okay, how am I supposed to do this? To the one tile further by the armor. 2, 3. There we go. Alright, so I left with the Tizen timer. We have a bunch of scary music. We also have one more stop to make, and that's the Phoenix Cave. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Let's try this again. And this time not be an idiot. Oh well. So now that I know how to escape here, one, two, three. All right, so now we're going to recruit real Celis. In the no sketch speedrun, the Celis we get has the guest character flag active. So she's never really an actual character we can pick from. Don't pay any attention to the messed up timer. That has no correspondence with the run whatsoever. So we need to have lock to recruit Celis. If we don't, the game soft locks. So that's why one of the reasons why we needed to recruit fake lock, so we could recruit real Celis. If you don't recruit real Celis, the Kefka, the cutscene going into Kefka's tower gets very, very wonky, and the game gets very, very unhappy. The game is already very unhappy as it is, but we're just going to make it more and more unhappy. So what we're going to do next is go to the Phoenix Cave. The Phoenix Cave, actually, one of the switches in there lines up with one of the switches in Kefka's tower. So by activating it, we can actually skip doing one leg of Kefka's tower. Locke was an imposter all the time. 1, 2, 3. Alright. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Bam! So by stepping on the switch and then leaving, we've already triggered one of the Kefka switches. And with that, we're on our way to go to Kefka's tower. We're just gonna fast forward through all this, because we're a little short. One, two, three. 1, 2. 2, 3. Dang it. Fuck. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So the coordinates we stored is right where we needed to be in Kefka's tower. Alright. Oops. Swap party leaders. 2, 5. Oh, nice. Why isn't this working? Should be at the top. Oh, it's not counting it. Dang it. I'm failing this showcase hard. Yeah, I broke it real good. I don't even know where I am in the notes anymore. Alright, so I'm gonna assume I'm on the save point. Celis, I'm gonna wait here. This is what I get for trying to be smart. Alright, it's not gonna work. Apologies for that. I'm just gonna call it quits. I'm not gonna hold up the next run anymore. Thank you everyone for SNES Super Stars for allowing me to do this. Thank you to Feasel and everyone else. Sorry I failed at this. I'll hopefully do better next time. Everyone have yourself a good night. Be sure to kick around. There's lots more good runs coming up. He's stuck. He's actually stuck against Edgar's head at the moment. This ends up leading into a soft lock. I'm kind of upset I can't show it off, but it's a little too rusty for me. Oh, thank you for allowing me to be in the event. It was a lot of fun.
Everyone stick around. There's lots more good runs coming up. Mog ate too many donuts.